were on with emergency services for about 2 hours.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to our September 26th Board Business Meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today and those who are watching this meeting via live stream. Now let's begin the meeting by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will call roll to recognize board members and establish that we have a quorum. Mr. Savarna.
Pernille Savarna, student member of the board, excited to be here.
Good afternoon, Shebra Evans, District 4.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Smondrowski, District 2.
And online.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lynn Harris, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm glad to be with you today virtually.
Good afternoon, Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, Grace Rivera Oven, District 1.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, District 3. Very happy to see all of you.
And I'm Carla Silvestre, President of the Board. Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the revised agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Ms. Silvestre, if we could articulate the changes in the revisions in terms of the legislative platform and the mathematics presentation for the record.
Yes, so we have the change in our agenda is that instead of item 7.1 happening, we are switching that with the math presentation. So we will do our consent items, followed by our math presentation, followed by our charter school discussion. Thank you for that.
So we need a motion to revise the agenda.
Okay.
And then a motion to approve.
Okay.
I move that we approve the revised agenda.
So we need two separate. First is the motion to revise.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
All in favor to revise the agenda, raise your hands. That's unanimous.
And now a motion to approve.
I was going to say, now I move the revised agenda.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Thank you. So we will now move on to our next agenda item for today. Dr. Taylor, we have some recognitions.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, we have a couple of resolutions for the board's consideration that recognize some special things happening in our community. The first one is for National Disability Employment Awareness Month. Whereas October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month in the United States, the official theme for the observance is Access to Good Jobs for All, celebrates the value and talent employees with disabilities add to the workforce and economy, and whereas Montgomery County Public Schools, as part of National Disability Awareness Month, recognizes the importance of supportive, inclusive policies and practices that advance access and equity to employment while benefiting both employees and employers, and whereas Montgomery County Public Schools fosters the core values that prepare all students to thrive in the workplace by creating a positive, caring, and supportive climate that promotes a diverse workforce that includes individuals with disabilities, advances access and equity practices in employment, and enhances students' social awareness and value for diversity and differences. And whereas Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to preparing all students, including students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, for post-secondary options, including competitive employment in alignment with Maryland's Employment First initiatives, and whereas Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to implementing a culturally responsive family engagement partnership to support all students in obtaining academic achievement, college and career readiness, and social and emotional well-being. Now therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools declare the month of October 2024 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month in Montgomery County Public Schools, and encourages staff members to sponsor and participate in activities in honor of this recognition.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Thank you. Our next resolution for consideration is for National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to preventing domestic violence by educating students, staff, and the community, and joining advocacy organizations to raise awareness, and whereas the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence and the United States Congress have officially recognized October as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month to educate and inform the public about domestic violence, encourage all to speak up about domestic violence, raise awareness about domestic violence, support survivors of domestic violence, advocate for resources, prevention programs, and educational programs by the hashtag domestic violence awareness. And whereas on average, nearly 24 people per minute are victims of rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner in the United States, and more than 12 million adults experience domestic violence annually. And whereas nearly 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced rape, physical violence, and/or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime, and whereas domestic violence has significant impact on survivors, including physical injuries, trauma, and even death, and whereas domestic violence is estimated to cost more than $8 billion per year in the United States, and whereas 1 in every 4 children are witness to intimate partner violence, with approximately 90% having witnessed this violence firsthand, now therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools declare the month of October 2024 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Montgomery County schools and recommend observance to all of our school communities.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam President. Our last resolution for consideration this evening under recognitions is Walk to School Day. Whereas walking to school is an excellent way for our students to positively impact their communities, encourage healthy habits, enhance air quality, boost pedestrian safety, and raise environmental awareness. And whereas walking to school decreases traffic congestion and reduces exposure to air pollutants that can especially be harmful to children, and whereas walking to school offers a chance to practice mindfulness and highlights the importance of incorporating physical activity into a healthy lifestyle, now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools proclaim October 2nd, 2024 as Walk to School Day, and be it further resolved that the school system notify the public and community of Walk to School Day, publicize this resolution and the school system's participation through internal and external communications, and encourage everyone to consider the safety of pedestrians and in particular student walkers every day.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Our next agenda item is Human Resources and Development, and we have an appointment. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, it gives me great pleasure to present Dr. Renee K. McCall for the position of Executive Director in the Office of the Chief of Staff. Dr. McCall brings to Montgomery County Public Schools more than 28 years of experience in education as an accountant, teacher, and school and district leader. She comes to us as most recently as an assistant superintendent in her previous district. She is thrilled to transition into this role at MCPS to serve the county's students and families in this capacity as the executive director in the Office of the Chief of Staff. Shout outs to her husband and 2 sons who are watching online.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations. Okay, that is our only appointment, so now we will move on to public comments. Public comments is one of the opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 12 people signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 6 people signed up to provide audio and video testimonies. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on our website on Board Docs, where they are posted with other materials for this meeting. So if we could get our first 6 speakers to please come forward. Niyati Bansal, Samantha Ross, Peter Boyko, Noor Mendirata, Sarah Yevik, and Kenneth Shoup. Niyata, you may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. Taylor. My name is Nia Bunsel, and I'm a senior at Richard Montgomery High School. I'm here representing the Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association, MCR for short, along with Peter Boyko and Sam Ross. The 3 of us currently serve as the educational policy directors for MCR. We know that a big agenda item for your meeting today is adopting your legislative platform, so we would like to share with you MCR's policy platform for the year, which we call policy planks. These planks will serve as a guiding post for MCR's advocacy throughout the year, whether that be lobbying at the Maryland General Assembly or drafting resolutions and much more. To ensure that our policy planks reflected the interests of MCPS high schoolers, we decided to conduct a survey over the summer asking students what policy issues they were interested in, changes they wanted to see in their school and community. After receiving many responses, our department reviewed each response and used this to shape our policy planks. In August, the MCR Executive Board, which consists of over 100 students from every high school in MCPS, voted on and approved these policy planks. While the planks are too long to read out right now, we have linked them to our written testimony on the agenda, and we invite you to review them. To summarize, our platform is split into 4 sections: student well-being, academics, facilities, and equity. Today we plan, each spelling out the acronym SAFE. Today we plan to briefly talk about each plank. To start, our facilities plank includes 2 components: infrastructure and sustainability. In terms of infrastructure, we support allocating more funds towards struggling schools so that all MCPS students have access to a comfortable learning environment. In terms of sustainability, our policy platform highlights our continuous support for increased sustainable practices in order to play our part in helping the environment. More specifically, we support increases in electric buses, solar panels, composting, and green spaces or gardens throughout MCPS. My colleagues Peter and Sam will talk about the other 3 planks. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha?
Good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. Taylor. My name is Sam Ross, and I'm a senior at Montgomery Blair High School. I'm also Director of Educational Policy here for MCR-SGA. You've already heard from Nia, and you can read our full planks on board docs. Today, I want to talk about 2 planks of our platform: equity and academics. Beginning with equity, we broadly support advancing equity in all areas with a focus on disadvantaged racial, socioeconomic, gender, and language groups. For racial and socioeconomic equity, We see great importance in increasing availability of information on magnet programs and to streamline the application process for underrepresented schools. For LGBTQ and gender equity, we support measures which create equity by acknowledging differences and normalizing all people in MCPS. We support strengthening policies to protect LGBTQ+ and female students from unfair school-based dress codes and bullying harassment procedures. Over the last year, we have observed issues related to middle school dress codes, which unfairly sexualize or penalize female students as young as 11 for wearing tank tops and shorts. We also support the implementation of LGBTQ inclusive curriculum and gender-neutral locker rooms and bathrooms. Our last plank is academics. Broadly, we support the introduction of high-quality instructional materials, more resources for college career readiness, and lighter requirements on students to graduate. The most important area of focus for our organization is college and career readiness. The greatest area of need is stronger communication between schools and students on opportunities available. My school's College and Career Center and Career Academies do an incredible job advertising opportunities, and as a CTE student, I hope all students have the same access as me. Lastly, we support MSDE allowing EMLs to use their English classes to also fulfill their world language requirement, and we request the reinstatement from the legislature for a 0.5 requirement for health and an overall re-examination of requirements for modern standards, including the inclusion of a graduation requirement for financial literacy. We request you take our platform into consideration as you make decisions this year, as you advocate for MCPS at the statewide and national level. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Peter?
Thank you, Sam and Nia, and thank you, members of the Board of Education and Mrs. Orsprung, for setting up this opportunity for us to speak today. My name is Peter Boyko. I'm a junior at Northwest High School and also an MCR Educational Policy Director. Shifting gears to talk about student well-being, I think we can all agree that for a student to succeed academically, their well-being must be prioritized as well. In MCR's platform, we divide student well-being into 5 main areas: school safety, the drug crisis, mental health, school meals, and anti-hate. Beginning with school safety, right now it is very easy for a stranger to walk into a school building or to carry a loaded gun. How do I know? Well, this actually happened at my school. Let's expand ID badges to all secondary schools, and with over $3 billion, let's fund and pilot security technology, such as metal detectors that can detect weaponry. I also want to reiterate the importance of keeping SROs out of our schools. ACLU studies have found no evidence that SROs keep students safer, but rather they funnel students into the school-to-prison pipeline. Let's continue to fund RJ programs instead. The drug crisis is another issue that puts students' lives on the line. We appreciate the recent move to supply and train security guards with Narcan. We believe that the next step is to implement Narcan training into our health curriculum. In addition, installing vape detectors can drastically limit vaping and keep our bathrooms open. Moving on to mental health, in May, former SMOB Sami Saeed proposed a resolution that would implement quarterly wellness half-days into the calendar. While this did not pass, it aligns closely with MCR's policy platform, and we hope to be able to further advocate for wellness days as they are essential to giving students necessary breaks. Due to limited time, I don't have space to go over our other stances, but they're available on board docs. I'm hoping the words we say today can be reflected into action, and I look forward to more opportunities to work with the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Noor?
Good afternoon, Boyd. My name is Noor Medirata, and I'm a senior at Walt Whitman High School. It often feels like the only thing we can all agree on is that nobody can agree. The polarization we see in society doesn't pause at the school gates, it echoes in our discussions, our interactions, and even in the ways we learn. Yet within these same classrooms lies the potential to transform division into dialogue. For the past 2 years, Roundtable has hosted monthly political forums with students from across Montgomery County to bridge ideological divides. We've discussed a range of topics from gun control to incarceration, but more importantly, we've developed an environment of mutual respect, understanding, and empathy. We believe that through these forums, we found actionable strategies Montgomery County can use to help develop our student body to navigate our increasingly divided world. Firstly, on our website, we've collected resources that have made a noticeable impact on our discussions and ask for the board's support in making these resources accessible to Montgomery County teachers and staff. Secondly, we all know that Productive dialogue is only possible with well-informed facilitators, and we deeply appreciate all the work that Montgomery County has done to train teachers to properly handle polarizing topics. We believe these efforts could be enhanced by involving students. This can be done through a student leadership board or through surveys that we would be happy to help create and conduct. Finally, we encourage the utilization of immersive training for staff members. This can be done through organizations like Difficult Dialogues or Braver Angels. We believe that having staff use de-escalating tools in a training setting, they will be more likely to use the same framework in times of need. Thank you.
Thank you. Luca?
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, members of the board. Did I click that?
Go ahead. Don't worry.
Sure, the timer's not going on. Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, members of the board. My name is Lucas Siracevich, and I'm here to give you the student voice on the discussion regarding cell phone bans in schools. I love learning, and I agree that phones present a challenge to learning, and there should be some limitations to the use of phones in the classroom. But huge problems emerge when policies that include full bans are implemented. This is especially true with policies such as phone-free campuses or those that include technologies such as Yonder pouches that block all phone access. These types of policies create a very real scenario where students can't use their phones to reach their loved ones if something such as a gun threat happens in the schools and during the school day. And with these events being all too common in our school system, my home school, BCC, having 2 similar incidents in just the last school year, I was thankful that during these events, I could reach out to my parents and to my friends to make sure that they were all right and to tell them that I was good. It is unacceptable to implement policies that would fully ban phones and block students from reaching out to their parents and the loved ones in these times of crisis. Additionally, these types of policies feed into a much larger problem. This county is not treating its high schoolers as the young adults that they are. As a county, especially in our high schools, we need to start treating students with the respect and teach them how to be functioning members of society. And policies that fully ban phones go directly against this idea. These policies are setting kids up for failure in college and the job market they are entering, and implementing them would erase all the hard work that this county has done to prepare students. It is clear that policies that go as far to fully ban phones on campus are a step in the wrong direction, and that's not something we should do here in MCPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor and members of the board. My name is Kenneth Hsu, and I am a junior at Richard Montgomery High School. I'm proud to be here today as the founder and president of the Be a Zero Hero Plastic Bags and Films Recycling Program, along with Justin and Kylie, who will be providing digital testimony. I initiated the Be a Zero Hero program on January 1st, 2023. This program focuses on educating the public about how to properly recycle plastic bags and films, which are not currently part of MCPS's curbside recycling program. In the last school year, we implemented student-managed recycling programs in several MCPS schools, and over the course of 1 year, we've collected 1,500 pounds of plastic bags and films. This experience has opened my eyes to the staggering plastic waste problem within MCPS, and it's clear that we need to take action on a larger scale. Beyond simply providing recycling bins, widespread education is essential. Many of our volunteers and I have had to sift through contaminated recycling bins, witnessing firsthand the lack of awareness about proper recycling practices. I urge for implementation of the Be a Zero Hero program in every MCPS school, which includes establishing recycling bins and promoting plastic recycling through school announcements. Last year, I met with Mr. John Meyer from MCPS's Recycling and Waste Reduction. I shared some of our actions with him, and I was thrilled to hear recently that MCPS has started planning a county-wide plastic film recycling program. I look forward to collaborating with him in the school system to share our educational materials in order to set up these programs in our schools. These programs can be student-led, giving students opportunities to earn SSL hours and hone their leadership skills. The Be a Zero Hero program is straightforward to replicate and implement within the school system. We can significantly reduce our environmental footprint and foster a culture of sustainability within our students. Thank you so much for your time. Let's make MCPS more sustainable.
Thank you. Thank you to all our students for your testimony. We will now ask our next set of speakers to please come forward. Danelia Wilson, Bridget Howe, Wylea Chase, Gordy Bren, Emily Irias, and Janet Cueto. Janet, I saved the space for you so you can go ahead and sit. Yeah, just interpreting today. Daniela, you may begin.
Hello, Dr. Taylor, President Sylvester, and the Board of Education. My name is Danelia Wilson, and I am a nationally board-certified elementary school educator with over a decade of classroom teaching experience. I'm also MCEA's Vice President, and I want to use my time today to share growing concerns about the lack of support for some of our district's littlest learners. I also want to paint a picture for you of the real-world implications that come from this lack of support, and it's not a pretty picture. As you know, MCPS runs PEP, or the Preschool Education Program, which offers pre-K classes for children ages 3 to 5 with disabilities, including those with delays in multiple development domains that affect their ability to learn. In recent years, as these students have transferred from PEP, a half-day program where they're supported by teachers and paraprofessionals, into full-day kindergarten classes with one teacher and no para support, these transitions have occurred without a plan that uses input from school administrators or classroom educators. A large number of these former PEP students are not academically or behaviorally set up to succeed in MCPS's full-day kindergarten environment. Members have reported significant challenges maintaining a learning environment conducive to teaching the curriculum. Some of these students are still in diapers and need someone to either change them or help them use the restroom. How can a classroom teacher be expected to change a diaper and teach math at the same time? Now, I do want to stop and say that this is not the case for all students from the PEP program. We, students, educators, and parents, need the district to step up to create a learning environment that helps all students succeed. So what does this mean? This means having transition plans from part-day PEP to kindergarten that are informed by school administrators and classroom educators. Those plans don't currently exist. This means hiring enough staff to support our kids. There are not enough educators in these classrooms for all students to succeed, and this means doing it right now. As you know, MCEA's Board of Directors will be meeting with the members of the Board of Education in October. We are ready and hopeful that we can use part of our joint board meeting to collaboratively develop solutions that will meaningfully help our youngest students succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget?
Good afternoon. I'm Bridget Howe, President of MCCPTA. I'm testifying today about our concerns about the recently issued RFP for the upcoming 19-cluster middle school and high school boundary review. It's going to be impossible for me to read all 4 pages of our concerns in 2 minutes, but I'm going to summarize quickly and ask that you read the written testimony that we submitted to board docs. This is an issue that inspires passion in every cluster and community affected, as Montgomery County residents care deeply about our schools and also deeply about school assignments. As you know, MCCPTA consistently advocates for increased transparency, accountability, and authentic engagement by MCPS. This project is going to be the largest scale boundary review in decades. The last one that was of this scope happened when I was in kindergarten is when it kicked off. And now my son, when this one is done and implemented, he is going to be graduating high school. So what this means is that these recommendations are going to have an impact on our community for decades to come, and the process must be planned accordingly with great intention and forethought. The timeline described in this RFP, which sets the parameters for the bidders, is wholly inadequate. Additionally, the expected community engagement described in this RFP is low for what will almost certainly become a very contentious and challenging process that draws attention from across the community. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do this right. This means transparency from the start, accountability to sharing data, and authentic community engagement at every stage of the process. This is an enormous undertaking, and we expect MCPS to respond to that with great creativity and to take advantage of this period of change to adopt new habits for communication and collaboration. We believe that in August 2027, no parent should be surprised by their child's school assignment, and that every parent and family member should not only feel that they had the opportunity to share their perspective, but that their perspective was truly heard and considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Wailea Chase.
Good afternoon, Board of Education members and Dr. Taylor. My name is Wailea Chase. I'm with the Black and Brown Coalition for Educational Equity and Excellence. I am not going to read all of this because I'll never get through it, and I'm already stressed trying to get through think about just doing this in 2 minutes. So I'm going to skip around a little bit. But I want to start out by thanking you all, Board of Education members, specifically Ms. Wolf and Ms. Evans and the steering committee on Monday for having the Black and Brown Coalition come to the table with MCPS to talk about the 5 pilot schools for the field tests that are taking place. And so I specifically want to thank MCPS leadership like Malika Brown, Nikki Hazel, Keisha Logan, Pete Moran, and all of those who are part of this field test team as we are trying to partner to get reading right now for our students here in Montgomery County Public Schools. So I just want to take you back a little bit and talk about the genesis of this early warning system. That's the term that the Black and Brown Coalition uses. MCPS uses something different. It's a mouthful. I won't take you through it, but you heard about it on Monday the 23rd. And so the genesis for this early warning system was born out of the Getting Reading Right Now forum that the Black and Brown Coalition had last November 2023, which many of you attended, and thank you for that again. And so at that forum, we advocated for this early warning system that's designed to warn parents and guardians whose children are at risk of not meeting reading proficiency. We wanted this system to be in place to warn them early and often that their children are either on the cusp or are below reading level, right? And so our parents need this information. They are their children's first teachers. And if they don't have this information, because there's so much information coming out them that's really hard to decipher. DIBELS, MCAP, end of year, it's a lot, right? And so our advocacy is around having this information in parents' hands early and often in a culturally competent way that they can understand. MCPS has agreed to pilot this program, and we're on board with that. Please read my testimony, and thank you.
Thank you. Gordy Bryn.
Hi, Gordy Burney with the Taxpayers League. We're pleased to have this opportunity to suggest some improvements to your legislative platform. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, nonpartisan group that believes making the budget strategic is probably the highest county priority. We believe MCPS has a management, not a money problem, and want legislative priorities that are concrete ways to achieve cost-effective results with better management authority. Last year's record budget increased spending above the maintenance of effort level, however, didn't detail strategies or accelerators for academic performance improvement. Those strategies were buried in the base spending. And that's routinely approved while a record number of kids continue to struggle. Also, in light of the Beetleman fiasco, we still don't understand why a high percentage of low-income high school principals are novices at high school management. Shared accountabilities failed. We have worked with every superintendent, beginning with Jerry Wiest. Our specific focus has been on kids below grade level or in low-income schools and the achievement gap. We worked with Superintendent Smith to resurrect strategic planning and focus the budget process on results. We strongly believe all spending above maintenance of effort level should be focused on reaching academic proficiency targets with annual targets set for low-income kids specifically. We have 3 top priorities for the legislative platform. The first is a dedicated Office of Inspector General reporting to the board to strengthen board governance and management of fraud, waste, and abuse. The OIG at the county level undermines board governance and has inherent scope limitations. Second, budget shifts. You need state authority to shift spending among budget categories as quarterly reviews of performance and strategy dictate. Third and finally, blueprint strategy focus. Realign blueprint strategies and funding with academic achievement targets that MCPS sets for low-income students. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Irias, puede empezar.
Gracias. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Emily Irías. Me dirijo a ustedes como madre de un estudiante que actualmente cursa el 4º grado de primaria. Mi hijo, aunque es un niño normal y entusiasta en sus estudios, ha mostrado ciertas dificultades en el área de lectura, lo que ha resultado en un desempeño inferior en los exámenes estatales en comparación con el nivel esperado por su grado. A pesar de que ha obtenido buenas calificaciones en otras materias, me preocupa su progreso en literatura. He tratado de apoyar en casa, pero debido a mis límites en el idioma inglés, me siento incapaz de proporcionar la ayuda que realmente necesita. He consultado con el personal docente sobre las posibilidades del programa de apoyo en lectura, pero me ha informado que actualmente no hay opciones disponibles. He considerado la opción de tutorías externas. Sin embargo, los costos asociados son elevados y están fuera de mi presupuesto. En años anteriores, las interrupciones en el aprendizaje, especialmente durante la pandemia, afectaron su desarrollo educativo y aunque había esperanza de que en el tercer grado fuera una mejora, no se logró el avance esperado. Además, me gustaría mencionar que en la escuela no me notifican sobre las dificultades de mi hijo en literatura, lo cual considero fundamental para poder actuar a tiempo. Apoyo firmemente la implementación de un sistema de alerta temprana en todas las escuelas del condado, ya que este podría ayudar a identificar y abordar las necesidades educativas de los estudiantes con urgencia. Aprecio la oportunidad de brindar para dar este testimonio. Mi deseo es que nuestros hijos tengan la oportunidad de recibir una educación que atienda sus necesidades específicas a la primer avance de un éxito.
Muchas gracias. Now in English. It's on.
Emily Irias' testimony. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Irias, and I'm writing to you as a mother of a student who is currently in 4th grade. My son, while being an enthusiastic and normal child in his studies, has shown certain difficulties in reading, which has resulted in below average performance on state exams compared to the expected level for his grade. Although he has received good grades in other subjects, I am concerned about his progress in literature. I have tried to support him at home, but due to my limitations in the English language, I feel unable to provide him with the help he truly needs. I have consulted with the teaching staff about the possibility of reading support programs, but I have been informed that there are currently no options available. I have considered the option of external tutoring. However, the associated costs are high and beyond my budget. In previous years, disruption in learning, especially during the pandemic, affected his educational development, and although there was hope that 3rd grade would be an improvement, the expected progress was not achieved. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony. My wish is for our children to have the chance to receive an education that addresses their specific needs and allows them to advance successfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers. Our final in-person speaker, could you please come forward? And that's Rhea Hamilton. And you may begin when you're ready. Just push the mic. There should be a button at the bottom. There you go.
Thank you.
You may begin.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Raya Hamilton, and I'm the mother of 3 elementary children in the Elementary French Immersion Program. I hold a master's degree in policy from the Harvard Education School and a doctorate in education from Columbia Teachers College. I know from the research and my own practice that it will take a transformational approach from all of us to ensure that all of our students reach their full potential. That is why I'm doing my part in volunteering at my children's school, serving as the NAACP Parent Council rep at my children's school, and being a voice for parents who cannot be here today. I am deeply concerned about the continued dismal reading proficiency data for Black and Brown students in our district. The recent reports have highlighted a long-standing and significant gap in reading skills between our Black and Brown students and their peers, and that's unacceptable. As a parent, I see firsthand the potential and brilliance of our children. My children benefit from what the research says are keys to unlocking Black success. They attend a school that has a cohort system of high-achieving peers. Their teachers are smart, caring, and racially diverse. In short, I know that my children are loved and their teachers treat me like I am part of their team. However, even in this ideal setting, I have encountered difficulty assessing my children's literacy data, and this has negatively impacted their learning. Or report cards and MAP scores are available in Parent View, otherwise known as Synergy. Other standardized scores are not. Had I had access to all of the information on Parent View and not had to wait for a formal parent-teacher conference to receive critical data, I could have provided my oldest son with more targeted enrichment when his reading scores began to dip. For many other students who do not have parents with high degrees of social capital or the ideal school setting that my children attend, the myriad of data and lack of effective communication to families concerning test results further perpetuate the current reading crisis. Today, I urge the board to please improve communication with families so that we can turn the tide and transform education so that all of our children can reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you. We also received 6 audio and video testimonies. The first one comes from Andrea McDonald. Please play the video.
Good afternoon, all. Today, I implore each of the board members, as well as Dr. Taylor, to do a deep dive into the treatment of parents of students with IEPs at IEP meetings. With that said, I'd also like to highlight the need for greater oversight by impartial parties to hold those charged with overseeing, participating, and making decisions accountable for their actions and behaviors in any of those spaces. No one, and I mean no one, should leave a meeting feeling violated and or disrespected. I myself am ripe off of a meeting for my child in which I felt disrespected, and given that I do not subscribe to the notion of disrespect begetting disrespect, I respectfully requested to and remove myself from the space in an effort to protect my peace and my self-respect. As a parent, one should never feel defeated walking into an IEP meeting because last I checked, MCPS is in the business of serving children. Yet, as a parent, I am left to wonder, is MCPS this way with all students? Or is it just the special education students? Or more so, are they only this way when it comes to my children? In closing, I call on each and every one of you to remember your humanity, as well as the humanity of all the children you serve. See them as the individuals that they are and stop broad brushing them because no 2 students are alike, even those with like diagnoses. See them and not their disabilities. And remember that even those with disabilities have abilities, and supporting them in a manner that they need is paramount to their success. And ostracizing parents in the process is not teamwork. Instead, it sends a message of adversarialism, not cooperativeness, and there can be no well-functioning school, home, community without good relationships. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next video testimony comes from Christian Smithson. Please play the video.
Hey, it's time for a band. Let's go. Oh, come on, man. That's another mouthpiece? That's gross. Well, nothing I can do about that. Yeah. Some tuning. Huh. A little sharp. Let's pull out. Ugh. Oh, it's so dirty. I can't even move it. And someone could really get sick if they play this. I mean, with all this rust in there.
Bro, this is so disgusting. 2 people already have used this instrument today.
In Woon High School, we don't have sufficient instruments to satisfy everyone who wants to play in band and orchestra. And these instruments are older than us, making them very low quality.
You see, Woon doesn't have the funds to professionally clean our instruments. Because of that, the job turns to our students to clean them. but we're not experienced, so we run the risk of damaging them. Not only that, because the instruments aren't getting cleaned properly, us students can get sick from the bacteria and all the stuff that builds up within it.
This is why Wooten needs your help in securing enough instruments to allow us to do what we love. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next audio testimony comes from Sterling High. Please play the audio.
Good afternoon. I want to address the crucial need for a comprehensive virtual program in our county and the importance of ensuring it is included in the FY26 budget. While we are actively working with state lawmakers to ensure virtual education is accessible to all students across Maryland, the reality is that that outcome is not guaranteed, and achieving a statewide solution will likely take years. And even when a statewide plan is enacted, it will require active participation and funding from local school systems, including MCPS. Until that day arrives, it is our immediate responsibility to ensure safe and appropriate access to a comprehensive education, even virtually, for every student. We cannot wait for a future possibility to educate our children today. In addition to providing fundamental access to an education, over the past few months, I have attended or watched several board meetings and superintendent listening sessions, and I've heard concerns from parents about a variety of issues that could be addressed by embracing virtual education as a tool to meet countywide needs. We're all aware of the budget constraints that we operate within, but having a virtual school can help address those concerns while also presenting real cost efficiencies. For example, a virtual school could host advanced classes that are not viable at all school buildings due to low enrollment. It could make low enrollment language courses accessible to more students countywide. It could offer extracurricular activities that bring together students with specialized interests. Additionally, a virtual program could help us adequately meet IEP service hours and ensure progress toward IEP goals where local schools cannot. It could enable the consolidation of part-time FTEs into full-time positions. Finally, a comprehensive virtual program is not just a response to the present needs. It's a strategic investment in the future of education in Montgomery County. Including a comprehensive virtual program in the FY26 budget will not only present cost efficiencies, but will also ensure fundamental access to education while enabling county-wide opportunities for enrichment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kylie Zhang. Justin Jiang. Please play the video.
Hi, my name is Justin Jiang, and I'm currently a sophomore at Montgomery Blair High School. I'm here on behalf of the Zero Hero team. Our main goal as an initiative consists of spreading awareness about plastic film recycling, educating the community, and taking action to collect plastic film waste. Plastic bags and films are not accepted in recycling bins in Montgomery County. As a result, in MCPS schools, various recyclable plastic films are finding their way into regular trash bins. Every day, meals are distributed to tens of thousands of students across the county, resulting in lots of plastic waste in the form of shipping plastics and containers. Such items include water case wraps, bread bags, plastic shopping bags, etc. in school cafeterias. This is especially important as if an MCPS school generates a conservative estimate of just 5 pounds of plastic waste per day, the entire system would accumulate over 1,000 pounds daily. With around 180 school days each year, we collectively generate over 180,000 pounds annually. Just imagine the amount of plastic waste from MCPS that would end up in landfills over 5, 10, or even 15 years beyond. Any unrecyclable plastic waste that ends up in landfills contaminates our watershed and hurts everyone in the community. Some people believe that plastic degrades after a few hundred years, but even then, the remains still pose a threat as microplastics, not only harming us, but also other animals in our ecosystem. How can we address this problem, you may ask? Our solution is simple and impactful. We want to set up specialized recycling bins for plastic films in our school cafeterias for shipping plastics and deliver their contents to designated recycling locations by student volunteers. These bags and films are donated to Nextrax, where they are recycled to create products made of composite plastic material. Please consider this idea. MCPS generates so much plastic waste, and each school in which we implement a change like this makes a huge difference in the long run. Thank you for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you. Our next video testimony is Kylie Zhang. Please play the video.
Hello, my name is Kylie Zhang, and I'm a sophomore at Bullsville High School. I joined the Zero Hero program in July of 2023 and have mainly focused on recycling plastic waste in high schools, especially around AP season. Each individual AP test is wrapped with a plastic film, and with over 17,000 MCPS students taking exams in 2022, with more than half of those students taking multiple tests, the plastic waste adds up quickly. Last year, we were able to set up bins to collect and recycle the plastic films at 3 high schools, Richard Montgomery, Wilsville, and Churchill, which collected around 100 pounds altogether. Our programs got a lot of positive feedback from both staff and students who thought that the bins were a simple but effective way to reduce trash. Some students even offered to help, which demonstrates how the bins not only help the environment, but also unite the students. We now aim to expand to other MCPS high schools like Wootton, Blair, and Quince Orchard. Please help our efforts by spreading awareness about the existence of our programs, especially during AP season. With thousands of AP exams generating plastic waste, we've made a good start, but there's so much more we can do. Together, we can reduce plastic pollution in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final testimony is Blanca Mijangos. Please play the video.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Blanca Mijango, madre de una niña que asiste a la escuela primaria en el condado de Montgomery. Hoy quiero expresar mi profunda preocupación y abogar tanto por mi hija como por todos los estudiantes de inglés que están teniendo dificultades especialmente en la población latina. Como madre que emigré a los Estados Unidos hace 3 años sin conocimiento del idioma inglés y enfrentando dificultades para complementar mis estudios en mi país, he comprendido los serios obstáculos que se presentan al navegar en el sistema escolar. Mi hija, que cursa 2º grado, está lidiando con la barrera del idioma, sin la ayuda adecuada. Su progreso académico se ve seriamente obstaculizado. He buscado apoyo fuera de la escuela, pero no cuento con los recursos necesarios para cubrir tutoría. Su rendimiento, especialmente en la literatura, es preocupante, ya que no puede leer ni escribir al nivel esperado, y esto no se refleja en sus calificaciones. Por lo tanto, considero que es una necesidad crítica implementar un sistema de alerta en todas las escuelas. Todos los niños merecen la oportunidad de prosperar académicamente, y es fundamental que reciban el apoyo que necesitan desde el principio. Gracias.
Thank you. Interpretation.
Blanca Mijangos' testimony. My name is Blanca Mijangos, mother of a girl who attends elementary school in Montgomery County. Today, I want to express my deep concern and advocate for both my daughter and all English learners who are struggling, especially in the Latino population. As a mother who immigrated to the United States 3 years ago with no knowledge of the English language and facing difficulties completing my studies in my country, I have come to understand the serious obstacles that arise when navigating the school system. My daughter, who is in 2nd grade, is struggling with the language barrier. Without the proper help, her academic progress is severely hindered. I have sought support outside of school, but I do not have the necessary resources to afford tutoring. Her performance, especially in literature, is concerning, and she cannot read or write at the expected level, and this is not reflected in her grades. Therefore, I consider it a critical need to implement an early warning system in all schools. All children deserve the opportunity to thrive economically, and it's critical that they receive the support that they need from the start. Thanks.
Thank you. That is our final public comment for today. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, October 10th. Sign-ups for public comment will open on Thursday, October 3rd at 6 p.m. In addition to the online signups for public comment, we allow for in-person, same-day signups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person signups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. I will now turn to my colleagues to see if they have any comments or questions before we move on with our agenda. Mrs. Evans.
Sure. Thank you to our students for coming. I appreciated getting your platform, and I will take a deeper look at that. But from what you said, it sounds fabulous. I just wanted to comment and thank Ms. Chase for coming and speaking about our strategic committee meeting. You know, we like to think millions of people watch our meetings, but I'm glad that she was able to tune in, and I appreciated the comments of Dr. Hamilton, our last video of Ms. Jangos, and we had several others come and speak about the early warning indicators and how helpful that will be. So I'm looking forward to us getting that off the ground, Dr. Taylor, so that our families could be more supportive of their students at home, because we heard from Dr. Hamilton, who has a vast background in policy and education, that it is even difficult to help her students. So looking forward to when we get that done and rolling that out and communicating with our parents. So that's all I wanted to say, just a comment. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Safarna.
I did want to echo the sentiments of my colleague and say just congratulate the students for coming out and putting on excellent testimony, talking about their policy planks. As someone who came from MCR, I know the work that they do is very critical. So looking forward to seeing how we can support the students in some of that policy work in the future.
Thank you. Ms. Harris?
Yeah, thank you. I just am so impressed by all of the testimony today. I always appreciate public comment, but I really found myself just sitting here throughout everyone's testimony, just nodding my head. I have so many of the issues that I know we need to move were represented today. And just as Mrs. Evans said, I had 3 committee meetings in the last 5 days, special populations, strategic planning, and fiscal management, and almost every issue that was raised at the table today were discussed at those meetings. So I really appreciate the way our community just really is here in really substantive ways to hold us accountable to the work that we need to do. And I did also want to mention Ms. Minderata's testimony about the work that they're doing at Whitman, and hoping that we really can reach out to her in a very substantive way to sort of embrace some of the resources the students have created, because it gets to the heart of so much of the work that we're trying to do right now. But again, just really, really grateful to everybody that was here today.
Thank you. Mrs. Wolf?
I just want to thank everyone that came out today, especially our students. I say this all the time. We are in good hands when we listen to what they're talking about. I also want to mention that if you want to get more information on what we're looking at doing on the early warning system, we will be having that discussed at our next board meeting, I believe, on October the 10th.
Yeah.
So tune in. Thank you.
Ms. Rivera Oven.
Thank you. Pardon me for my voice. I just got it back today, actually, just in time. I want to say to the students, thank you so much. I want to do a good shout out to Mr. Kenneth. Kenneth, I think he's still here, for doing the great work on the zero plastic. I think it's so important. I think we need to leave a better earth for our children and our grandchildren. So thank you so much for doing what you're doing. And I'd like to say to the folks from the Black and Brown Coalition, and so to Mrs. Arias, Mrs. Hamilton, Mrs. Chase, and I believe Mrs. Blanca Mijangos, we hear you. We heard this kind of testimony at the Black and Brown Coalition meeting last year. I thought that we were going to do a pilot last year with a few of the elementary schools. So now we're going to do it this year. And I just want to say that we're excited about it, because I have to tell you that it's one of the number one things that I hear from parents when, and I know a few of us do when we are in community meetings, is that sometimes decoding MCPS language is like a third language for many of these families. So I am glad that we're going to be doing that, because as you heard from the testimony from many parents, it is not socioeconomically viable for some of these parents to even get tutoring for their children. And we should not be at that state. So I'm excited about that work, and stay tuned for more to come with my colleagues. And the last thing I want to say is that I was a little bit concerned with the PEP testimony.
Yes.
And I don't know if somebody can talk to that, because I'm a huge believer in making sure that we have the resources that we need with children, especially who need a little bit more TLC and support in the classroom. And I don't know if currently we do have a way of transitioning children from PEP into kindergarten when they have challenges. So I would like to hear from staff of the system, what is it that we do? And I just want to thank the wonderful parent and MCA's vice president for her testimony, because we certainly want to make sure that every child is welcome into our system, and the transitions do happen in a way that they should. And again, to the students who are here, thank you all for being advocates, and it makes me proud to know that we have such a great group of young people who care not just about themselves, but who care about their schools and who's to come behind them. So we heard you. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera-Oven, so you're requesting the PEP update as a follow-up?
If we can have as a follow-up, I think I would really appreciate it. I learned a lot being on this position, so that is an area that I would like to learn a little bit more. So if there is, lack of communication with the community, I would love to know that information so that we can make these transitions better and healthier for our kids and our families.
Thank you. Ms. Yang?
Yes, actually today I detect a theme with all the testimony from MCR to Roundtable, to Be a Zero Hero program, to MCCPTA, to MCEA, to Taxpayers Lead, to Black and Brown Coalition. I think everyone is caring for our future, for our school system, and want to partner with the school system. So that's always what we want, that we can be together and do things together. So Noor, next time when you have a roundtable discussion, send me an invitation. I would love to be there. To Dr. Hamilton's suggestion, and she pointed out that in parent view, we only have school data. So one of her suggestions, I'm very intrigued that we can incorporate all data that we have, including state standardized data, into the parent view. That sounds I don't know how complicated that will be technology-wise, but I'm very intrigued by the idea. Thank you, everyone.
Mrs. Majeski.
Yeah, I will associate myself with all of the comments made by my colleagues. Everybody's pretty much covered most of it. And I too very much appreciate the students' testimony and the work that they're doing. It's very impressive. I would like to add on to the aspect of the PEP part about kindergarten paras and making sure. I don't understand how a kindergarten class could work with just one teacher, but I don't know if that's actually happening. But I'd like a follow-up on that, please.
So the question is what about paras?
Do we have paras in our, in our kindergarten classes, okay, or if a student needs to use the restroom, who watches the rest of the students, or how, just more information, I guess, about how we are transitioning our kids from PEP and into kindergarten with supports. I also just wanted to emphasize the concerns that were raised about the IEP meetings and how parents walk away feeling from that. I hear that frequently, and anything that we can do as a system to try and understand that. I know firsthand, you walk into those meetings feeling scared and nervous, and intimidating or it's intimidating. And the more we can focus on that perspective, I think it would be important. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention Ms. Howell's testimony about the boundary study. We've done a large one in the past and a couple of larger ones in the past decade. And we have always found that starting early as possible to get the conversations going and participate in hearings and have aspects of it looked at has been very helpful for the board and as well as reassuring for the community. So this will be your first MCPS boundary study, but anything that we could do, it's going to be potentially traumatic for a lot of people. And so anything that we can do to make that a smoother, easier thing, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you everyone for your very thoughtful testimony. I really appreciate the diversity of perspectives that you bring before the board, and thank you for taking the time to come to speak with us today. We will now move on to our next agenda item, which is consent items. Board members, do you have anything that you would like to pull? Seeing none. Can I get a motion to move consent items 6.1 through 6.6 in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Just a quick shout out to our FY25 comprehensive maintenance plan, which is part of the consent items. Very informative. I encourage everyone to read it. That maintenance of our schools is super important to a good environment for our teachers, our educators, all our staff, and our students. So very interesting information.
And it's thorough.
Our next agenda item is, which is what we moved in the agenda, is the presentation on mathematics performance and strategies. So I will pass it to Dr. Taylor to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Before I pass this over to Ms. Pugh and her team from our academic squad, I want to draw the board's attention and our community's attention to a couple of changes that we've made to board docs. There's a summary memo attached to this agenda item, as with all of our presentation items, and there's also a data file. And this data file corresponds to the data that is in this presentation, and it is a complete data file. And it is disaggregated by school and also by reporting category. And it is in Microsoft Excel format so that it can be easily sorted by our community and by the board. So we are absolutely thrilled to make this adjustment, and we welcome our community to take a look at the same things that the board takes a look at on a routine basis. As the board will remember, last spring the team shared the instructional priorities for mathematics with the board. The pre-K through 12 math plan is focused on the following theory of action. If teachers know the math and they know their students and use data to drive equitable instruction, then outcomes will improve. Today we'll share a high-level overview like we did with literacy, but this time with mathematics performance as measured by the MCAP, the State Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program in grades kindergarten, 3, 6, and Algebra 1. And please note that we will not share data of students receiving special education and language services today, as that information will be shared with you at our meeting in October. We are joined today by staff members from Flower Hill Elementary School, so thank you so much for being here, who also share how the professional learning and resources that you will hear about in today's presentation have an impact on everyday teaching and learning in our schools. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Pugh, our Chief Academic Officer, who will continue with today's presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Good afternoon, evening, members of the board. Thank you for having us back. If you could go to the next slide. Today, we wanted to share the high-level information. We all know that mathematics is critical for student success in whatever career field they may end. And we are trying very hard to build mathematical critical thinkers beyond just doing simple math like maybe we were trained to do back in the day. Our current data shows, though, that we're not successfully reaching every student with this model. And you'll hear us talk about how we're performing in reference to the state. This is for context purposes only. We know we have work to do. And for the past year, we've been partnering with schools to make sure that we're delivering a simple and clear message that is complex to actually do. So knowing the math and knowing the students, we hope to be able to share what that is and what that looks like with you today. Again, this is all monitored with ongoing data analysis because these data that we're talking about today are end of year. So how our students did on what they were supposed to be learning in that grade level, that sets the stage for how we're starting now. Next slide, please. Just like we had alignment, we have multiple goals in mathematics. We have the Maryland State Strategic Plan goal, and they set an actual number this year where 32% of the students in 3 through 8 would be proficient in math by next year. We're currently beating that slightly with 33%, and then again to 37% by 2025, 2026. Alignment as well with the MCPS strategic plan, although it's in its final year where we're really working hard on what it might look like moving forward. The goal was that 81.4% of students would meet evidence of learning in math in 2023, 2024, 90% by 24-25. And then finally, multiple measures, K to 12, to measure our progress in MCPS on mathematics. If you go to the next slide. In recent years, every fall presentation, we came before you and we did lots and lots of data slides about evidence of learning and reviewed student performance on multiple measures. Today, to open this conversation, it's just a brief overview. You'll notice we did not meet what our strategic plan goal was, where we only had 60.7% of all students meeting that goal. And you'll notice again, disparities persist, specifically with our Hispanic, Latino, and our Black or African American student population. Next slide, please. You'll notice here in the column on the left, you'll have the grade level, you'll have last year's percent proficient, and then, or 2 years ago, and then last year's percent proficient. You'll notice we are using 2 different measures this time because our kindergarten students do not take the end of year assessment for the state. So we have an internal measure called the MAP. And on that assessment, we did see growth in kindergarten from 66.6% to 72.5%. And then you can see the results on the actual MCAP assessment in grades 3, 6, and 1. Concerning throughout the state, but here in Montgomery County as well, is our Algebra 1 data. And we do have students that take Algebra 1 as early as 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade. So we're hoping to dig into that a little more and share with you what that looks like at each of those grade levels. So although we're beating the state performance average, we know that's not enough, and it's not representative of what our students can do. Next slide, please. Here you have the mathematics performance by grade. You'll see grade 3, 6, and then the breakdown, Algebra 1 all, Algebra 1 middle school, and Algebra 1 in high school. It shows the data disaggregated by race, and we continue to use the anti-racist lens when we monitor and analyze student performance data in mathematics. You'll see that there's a critical need that all students are proficient in math, but it's most urgent for those students indicated before you that are further behind in their outcome data. Next slide, please. Now hand it over to Ms. Losnick.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, President Sylvester, members of the board, and members of the community watching. My name is Jennifer Losnick, and I am one of 2 secondary math curriculum supervisors. We saw from the previous slide that there is a need to improve outcomes for students on the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, which assesses students on the ability to do 3 things: reason about the concepts of mathematics, model the mathematics through real-world problems, and demonstrate a knowledge of mathematics skills. Success on this assessment doesn't come by chance. Students need high-quality instructional materials that embed these components daily. In alignment with the state's expectation for high-quality instructional materials, both Eureka Math and Illustrative Math provide these opportunities for students. So every day, students are reasoning, modeling, and computing mathematics. In order for high-quality instructional materials to be implemented with the intended design, high-quality professional learning has to be an investment that follows. This summer, we provided the following professional learning opportunities. We provided varied opportunities for teachers to engage in high-quality professional learning around the resources that they're using daily in class. We also provided professional learning for school-based administrators, which is something new that we did this summer, where both elementary and secondary asked for school-based administrators to come in for a day of professional learning to understand the curriculum, to understand progress monitoring, to understand planning. And as an outcome of this professional learning, we've created detailed plans and commitments of collaboration between the schools and the math teams to support their schools and their school improvement plans. This summer, professional learning opportunities give administrators, math leaders, and teachers the knowledge needed to walk into the school year as competent educators ready to lead and instruct. We'll continue the learning for leaders and for teachers, and I want to add that the direct support that the 12 coaches provide is a form of professional learning. Every day, they're sitting shoulder to shoulder with teachers to deepen their understanding of the mathematics and how to use the curricular resources. The coaches follow up with teachers on how to maximize instruction and how to monitor the progress of their students. Typically, change and impact can take up to 3 years, but we are already seeing the difference our instructional math coaches are having. At Silver Spring International, they saw an impact on MAP-M as well as the MCAP. This year's student growth measure was higher than the 50th percentile for the MAP-M at Silver Spring International. This means that the students grew more than the national norm. The average student taking this test across the country, the students at Silver Spring International, grew more than the average kid. As well, the MCAP, for the MCAP, they increased their proficiency by 4 percentage points and decreased the number of students scoring in the lowest achievement band. We acknowledge there is a need to continue improving outcomes for our students, and this improvement will come through their growth, will come as they continue to grow through the support from the coaches, through the use of high-quality instructional materials used every day, and the professional learning provided to teachers, as well as the administrators who are the instructional leaders of the building. I'll now pass the microphone to Mrs. Sheila Berlinger, Supervisor of Elementary Math.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, President Silvestri, members of the board, and members of the community who are watching. I'm Sheila Berlinger, and I am one of 2 supervisors for elementary math. It's a pleasure to be back here with you again today. First, I'm going to thank you for the investment that the Board of Education and Montgomery County as a system has made in mathematics in the last year, going into our 2nd year now. It takes that investment to get this started, and then it takes all of the adults who are serving the children in front of them to affect change. Next slide, please. What you're about to see on the screen is how we want to do our work and how we work with the schools to accomplish the goals that we're setting for students. The pre-K-12 math team will change student outcomes in partnerships with schools when we accomplish the 3 bullets that you see on the screen. It's important to understand that knowing the math and knowing the students, while a simple idea, is really a complex concept. I had a question asked of me this week about knowing the math, and it's not that we as adults don't know how to do mathematics, right? But how we learned math is different from how we're expecting students to learn math. So not only do we have to, as adults, learn how to teach it differently, we then have to hold students accountable for it. And as a system the size of MCPS, we have to rely on training key leaders in our buildings so that they can bring all the information back to their full staff. That means we're utilizing coaches, specialists, and supervisors behind the information that leaders bring into their buildings. Our goal is to provide that direct support to them once they're back in the building. The changes ultimately rest on the adults that are in the classroom in front of the students every day, and so we need to provide them with the tools that they need to be successful. When each adult embraces the changes to improve their math understanding and can best match their teaching strategies to the needs of each child sitting in front of them, similar to some of the challenges and experiences our parents and students testified to today, then we're going to have better outcomes for our children. While one of those two key ideas is to know the math, the other is to know the students. And so deeply progress monitoring and knowing the data is going to be essential as we're meeting the needs of children every single day. The focus continues to be on improving planning and teaching. The preparation for teaching is just as important as walking into the classroom, because what has to be executed when the adults are standing in front of the children has to be pre-planned, prepared, and ready. So long as we are using the system's curricular tools and we are effectively progress monitoring, we should be able to accomplish the 3 bullets you see on the screen. So let's hear a little bit about one school story. Next slide, please. My friends over here from Flower Hill Elementary have been a close partner with the elementary math team. They've made changes in their planning discussions, and they've opened their doors to feedback on instruction, and the growth is showing. I'm going to let them go ahead and tell you their story. Today we have Dr. Joshua Fine, principal, and Mrs. Avid Miller, staff development teacher, here to share their story.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, President Silvestri, members of the board, and of course our members of the community watching at home. So last year, Flower Hill grade 4 students, and our grade 4 students were a cohort of students that felt the pandemic most acutely because they were virtual in their first grade year and part of their kindergarten year, achieved a lot of growth, and we know that this growth will eventually lead to achievement and proficiency. Of our most marginalized students in our grade 4 class, those students who achieved level 1 on the MCAP assessment in 3rd grade, 38% of them moved up a growth level band to level 2. 29% of our African American students in the lowest band of level 1 also moved up to level 2. 38% of Hispanic students in that lowest band moved up to level 2. 22% of our English language learners in that lowest band moved up to level 2, and 30% of students receiving special education services in the lowest band also moved up to level 2. And that is because Flower Hill has engaged with an elementary math coach and summer curriculum training to guide teachers and leaders through planning protocols, which equips teachers to be content experts, again, to know the math, to know the students with depth and confidence, to achieve the rigor of grade level math. This year, based on data, we're selecting grade 3, and we're moving this approach to grade 3. And the coach and myself have frequent check-ins to review data and progress to select teams which we engage in this work with. It not only guides those specific teams, but it guides our professional development plan for the entire school so that best practices learned with the coach at these specific grade levels can then be transferred to our entire building. Again, knowing the math and knowing the students breeds confidence in our teachers and students, which then breeds competence. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our staff development teacher, Avid Miller, who's done a lot of this work with our elementary math coach.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, President Silvestri, members of the board, and members of the community. Collaborating with our math coach and instructional specialist has allowed our teachers to become experts at the grade level standards and teach with confidence. We engage in weekly curriculum study meetings with our classroom teacher, English language development teacher, and our homeschool model teachers, where we take time to read and understand the rigor of the standards. Having all stakeholders attend allows us to have more in-depth discussions on how to make the grade level content accessible to all of our learners. We also complete the exit tickets, which are quick checks of the daily learning. These are the springboard for our discussions on the what and how of our weekly lessons. Once our teachers give the exit tickets at the end of each lesson, they help us determine whether students understood the new learning. It becomes actionable data so that we can address misconceptions immediately. Our work with a math coach and instructional specialist has led our teachers to think like a student Therefore, they are able to anticipate and plan for student confusion. Although this was not easy at first for our teachers, this process has led them to feel confident teaching the math and, more importantly, comfortable with being vulnerable and asking questions, regardless of who is at the table.
So again, as was said before, we want to thank you for investing in our students and our teachers at Flower Hill, and we look forward to our continued growth in math with our elementary math coach.
I'm going to hand it back to Mrs. Lasnik.
All right. I'm joined here today by Mr. David Adams, a director in the Office of School Support and Improvement. Mr. Adams has been a close collaborator with the pre-K-12 math teams since our summer professional learning. I'll hand it over to Mr. Adams so he can share about our collaboration as he works with the cluster principals in order to actualize their school improvement goals.
All right, good afternoon, good evening, board members, Superintendent Taylor, Thomas Taylor. Good to be here with you. I knew I was going to mess that up, so excuse me. Excited to be here to discuss my role as the director. I believe, next slide, yes. I believe that my role as the director is to increase the instructional prowess of our building leaders. It's extremely important that we're focusing on building their capacity to lead the instructional model or the instructional program in their buildings. So this summer, I had an opportunity to attend the Summer Professional Learning for content specialists and the resource teachers. I was inspired by the emerging themes that you've heard tonight: know the math, know the students, and the importance of unpacking standards so that we can deliver high-quality instruction. Students doing the math in terms of that best first instruction. They're doing the math, they're doing the thinking in class. The idea of progress monitoring, knowing how our students are performing and being able to respond to the data in the moment. And then coaching, ensuring that our instructional leadership teams have the skills that they need to be able to provide that best first quality instruction to our students, and then to our leaders, to be those leaders who are coaching our teachers, that they have the skills to progress monitor that data and help them then respond to that data. So as part of my ongoing conversation and data reviews with the math team, I decided that I was going to partner with them to determine how to implement that summer professional learning with school leaders to build their capacity to lead this work, specifically in the Watkins Mill cluster. That led me to establish what I call a network model focused on building the capacity of principals to be the instructional leaders that we need them to be. They have to be at the forefront of leading progress monitoring, data analysis. They have to know the scope and sequence. Our principals need to be doing that work just as much as the staff development teacher does, just as much as our resource teachers need to be doing it as well. The principal cannot be absent from that work. So we partnered together with the elementary and the math team to design learning that deepened the principal's knowledge around a couple of things: identifying assessments and their purposes, where those assessments are located, and how to respond to the data by asking the right questions. This is important because common within all these school improvement plans is the idea that we're focusing on, or the emphasis being on, progress monitoring. Again, how are students performing on the assessments so that leaders know how to respond to students based on that in-the-moment data. We cannot wait for MAP. MAP is given three times during the year. Our leaders need to have access to how students are performing, in my opinion, weekly. Additionally, we are using the evaluation of this learning to further plan and develop opportunities to increase the leader's ability to lead in this manner, or deploying specialists to support teachers, leaders, resource teachers in support of better outcomes for math. So today, I'll give you an example of the work that just happened this morning. I started my day with Jennifer. We were at Watkins Mill High School talking about a comprehensive plan to address the MCAP results for their algebra students in high school. So we have 5 students currently who were able to meet MCAP in algebra at Watkins Mill High School. And today we just worked together as a team to support not only the RTs and the RTs in the building, but also I'm building the capacity of the principal to know what questions you should be asking of your RTs, what should you be seeing in the instruction, and then how are you getting access to the data immediately so then you can better support your teachers. So that was just an example of our work this morning. So I really appreciate the opportunity to work with both Sheila and Jennifer, and we look forward to also working with the literacy team in the coming weeks to really ensure that we're supporting our schools around the implementation of CKLA. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next slide, please. And we are back to the board for your discussion.
Thank you, and apologize, I didn't give you a proper welcome. I really am excited to be talking about math today. We talk a lot about literacy, but math is just as important, and maybe even more of an emphasis needs to be placed because we are lagging behind as a country, right? This is nothing, you've heard this time and time again, and it's not acceptable. I really feel like math really limits students' potential to go into different fields that are in high demand. If you don't have a strong math background, you're not going to be able to go into anything you want, anything you dream of, because you didn't, well, it's going to be harder, right? You don't have to have a growth mindset. I have to remember that. But it's going to be tougher. It's going to be tougher. So it's so important that our students have strong literacy, but also graduate MCPS with really strong math skills. So I'm really delighted to be having this discussion, and I have lots of questions, but I will start with my colleagues. Ms. Yang.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good to see you here. This is always my favorite topic. Okay, so just one clarifying questions on the slide 3 about state strategic plan goal and our strategic plan goal. Are we using the same measurement for, like, is the state looking at the same measurement as we look at in our evidence-based learning? Or we are talking about two
different things.
Two different things.
Thank you for that clarification, because while we're talking about the state's goal, the state is really focusing on their end of course exams, which would be the MCAP.
Okay.
Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program in mathematics and literacy, but in this case, mathematics. If you look at the evidence of learning, that's multiple measures. That's the classroom measures, district measures, and external. So.
Yeah. So, okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Then my question is, I'm very glad to see that our math coaches are working closely with our schools and seeing some initial impact, right? We know this is the first year. And in our public testimony today, we heard people testify, we have to be able to do budget shifts. So shift to on the things that works, that help improve student achievement. So I'm very encouraged to hear that. Now, I heard an example about this morning, your work at a high school, and there is an example of an elementary school. Now, help me visualize. If I have a student, you know that question coming, right? I always say, help me see it, right? Because help me see what's happening in schools, right? If I have a student in the school, then can you tell me what interventions are offered and how soon for the students that are still below and well below, right? What happens if you identify Johnny is below or well below? What happens in an elementary school? What happens in a high school? What interventions are available and how soon?
Just want to interject, just to remind board members, we're going to do 2 questions and then move around, try to get to everybody.
So I'll start, and then I'll let the team add anything that they might have. To answer your question, math is different than literacy in that the nation has invested in a bunch of high-quality interventions. Math has been lagging. The attention really hasn't been there. And so because the level of the standards is so high, it's a rigorous curriculum. Your 8th grade curriculum is challenging. A lot of it is looking at when they unpack the standards, and I know we say that a lot, but when they look at what the standard's asking, we have to look at what is it that the student is missing. what part of solving that problem are they struggling with? And it's usually unique to the student, unique to the topic, and done right there in the classroom. It's not a separate class, it's not a high-dose tutoring, it's not a formulaic program.
I'll speak really quickly to middle school and a little bit of high school. At the beginning of every unit, there's a readiness analysis. And so what it happens is students take this assessment and it tells you if students responded with A, this is kind of where you might need to reinforce things, and it gives you the lesson for which you might need to add a little bit in order for students to access that day's lesson. So naturally embedded with the curriculum, when you give the pre-assessment and you use that for instruction, there's a level of intervention for teachers. As well, we do have Math 180 at the middle school level as a separate standalone intervention for students. And then we would see that same parallel in some of the high school courses for Algebra 1 and Geometry.
Elementary math, thank you for the question. Elementary math functions similarly. Eureka Math actually has its own component that allows teachers to diagnose what foundational standards, what previous learning students might be missing, and then recommends the instructional materials to use and when to use it. And it has one of those tools for every module, every unit of instruction. So if the teachers are using it for each of their, for each of the modules before they teach it, they get information before that instructional sequence starts, before that module starts, and they're able to plug in the instructional materials as students need them in order to shore up that foundational learning. Frequently, schools will also have an additional block of time during their day at some point during the week where they may use more of those foundational or prior grade level materials in smaller groups with students if there are greater needs or a greater volume of needs for the children.
Okay, so sounds like this is, it's an ongoing teacher skill set. That's what we are using as intervention. It's not another pull-out time, so it's tier 1 education. Whatever happened in the classroom, it's critical for our students' success. Okay.
Mr. Verhoeven?
So it was very helpful to have the meeting earlier this week because I can understand some of this. But I would just want to say thank you to the principal from Flower Hill because I know you guys have also a lot of challenges when it comes to, you have a large ESOL population, or EML equals EML now, and you have a very high farms population as well. So help me a little bit understand how have things changed? That's one of the questions that I have. And the second question that I have is for you to explain a little bit better slide 6, because I'm looking at it, and if I look at grade 3 as elementary, and then we look at grade 6, right? It looks like on that way, especially for our Black and brown children, we lost more than 50% of them to be able to score higher. And my question is, what is the expectation that the system have for our kids to be scoring? At what level? I mean, it'd be great if it was 100%, I understand, right? But we're very far away from that. But I'm just saying, what is an acceptable percentage that we should be at with these different groups when it comes to the state testing?
I'll start with the question of what's different at Flower Hill with our elementary math coach, and I think it goes back to just the confidence of our teachers of knowing the math. We have, the elementary math coach is a dedicated position to just this math planning. So they're not helping with testing, they're not pulled away because of a coverage, they are zoned in on that one grade level to ensure that they can do the math and that they have the confidence to teach it to students. And that focus, that level level of focus has really helped our teachers and our students, but it's also helped the leadership of Flower Hill to think about math differently in our professional development plan as well. We meet with the coach regularly to hear those best practices around what's working, and then we spread those best practices to other grade levels. So it not only affects the confidence of the teachers, but it also affects the confidence of our staff development teacher, those who are working with the administrators, those who are working with our teachers closest to ensure that they have the confidence to deliver the curriculum with fidelity, and that has been a big change. Ms. Miller?
I'd also like to add a key part of the math coach is not only during collaborative planning, but the math coach also goes into the classrooms and models lessons for the teachers and also provides the teachers feedback. So that relationship that they have built with the math coach is huge. That's where the comfort level has come in, because at first, like I said, it wasn't easy. At first, they were very hesitant, like, why is this person coming into my room who doesn't even know me, doesn't know the students. But seeing that the math coach is now a partner with the teachers and with us as a school, that has made the huge impact. And I'd also like to add one small change that we did make this year is making sure, like I said earlier, making sure that our English language development teachers are also at the table, as well as our special educators, because they're able to sit and help us provide strategies to the teachers to help make the curriculum accessible.
The other thing that Flower Hill committed to were some of the conditions and expectations that we surfaced that make a difference. Teachers have to sit and engage in these conversations to prepare to teach for at least 45 minutes a week. A 20 or 30-minute time together to plan for math was not sufficient, and Flower Hill committed to it, and they're seeing the difference. In answer to your second question, the first thing that I'd like to point out on slide 6 is we're talking about, and I know you're aware of this, but 2 different groups of students, right? So kids who were in 6th grade last year, kids who were in 3rd grade last year. One of the significant differences is going to surface because the children who were in 6th grade last year were much more highly impacted in their primary years and in their middle years in elementary school with their mathematics instruction. 3rd grade is more typical of where we are, not what we want to see. We obviously want to get closer to that 80 to 90% of students being proficient. Ideally, of course, you want 100% of your students to be proficient, understanding that it's probably statistically impossible. But so I would say that at the elementary level, we would like to be much closer to that, somewhere between the 70 and 90% of students being proficient.
I'll add that we've been looking at the data and concerned as well. When we had the coaches last year, it was a big emphasis to work with grade 6 students in order to transition them into middle school and to continue to see that success. I would say that we're working on opportunities for students to grapple more with the math rather than sit there and just receive. We find that some of our students need more opportunities to be active in class. And so that's really what we're working on in some of our coach schools, where we do see students actively thinking about math, doing math, talking with each other and collaborating. When they look at ongoing data throughout exit tickets, what we call cool downs, we don't see quite the disparity. So as we see continued improvement in instruction, the data monitoring, we will begin to see the improvements here.
Ms. Wolf?
I want to thank you for the presentation. It helps me to look at your data, but hear the story behind it so that I know that you are moving in the right direction. My question is, we are able to talk about what we can do to help in literacy, but what do parents do to help in math? Because this is not the way we learn math. I know myself, when I try to explain something to my grandchild, it just doesn't compute because that is not the way the teacher was trying to teach it. So what do parents do to help? And the videos don't help me. I've gone back to the videos. So can you tell me something else that will help?
One of the things that might help a parent, there are videos and whatnot related to the curriculum. I'd also add that from maths or grade 6 through algebra 2, students also have access to IXL. And so that's going to be something that is more skill driven and might be more of how it isn't going to ask students to reason or to model necessarily as much, but it might be a gateway for parents to sit down with their students at home and kind of go over some of the skills that they need. In addition to the IXL support, it gives you a plan that is specific, individualized to your student, and so you can really help your student along the way within their like zone of how much they can handle in terms of productive struggle. So that's one way that a parent can sit down at home, grade 6 through algebra 2, and help their child. And so I think whenever we build those math skills, it will help them to engage and access the curriculum in terms of the need to model and reason about mathematics.
That sounds good, but don't you have to have a certain level of understanding yourself to even be able to translate what that means? And I say that because I've looked at some of the Eureka instructions, and I don't even understand what they're asking you to do.
That's a fair statement, and one of the resources we have compiled for parents that you'll find on our website for both elementary and secondary is a guiding document that lists a variety of questions that parents can utilize when they engage with their school, so the school can direct them where to go and get answers to some of these, to some of the challenges that you're raising. Eureka in particular has a variety of parent resources, some that are distributed daily, some that are distributed by topic and by module, that can also inform parents so they can actually see examples of what's happening in the child's classroom every day. So that's how we would direct, that's how we support schools with ensuring that they're communicating with parents from the very beginning.
I would just add one piece to that is doing what you're doing, showing interest and asking questions about how they're thinking when they solve the problem is really a good practice because, well, we had to memorize and we had to apply that. It's important to know where the child is in their thinking about math. So let me give you an example. If I get a word problem and my first thing is to draw pictures and like divide it out, you know, 2 boys had 3 apples, so I'm drawing my picture, then I'm still in a very literal understanding of mathematics and trying to make sense of it. I don't have an algorithm for math. I don't have the word problem or the number problem to do that. So when you're talking to them about the math that they're doing and really unpacking how are you trying to solve that, you're taking where they are developmentally in their understanding of mathematics, and that's going to help because their awareness of how they're thinking about things can show what a next step is.
Can I just share, I want to just share one school and how they're approaching that, Ms. Wolf. And I'm hesitant to kind of share this because I'm worried about the one question that you would ask around scaling this.
I've used my 2 questions.
But I just want to highlight Southlake Elementary. I was just participating in the supervisory visit there, and we were talking about the school improvement plan and really the idea of how do you get parents to support in the academic achievement of their students? And so the principal's idea was we're going to offer parents an opportunity to come into the school and experience the lesson with the teachers. And so they're actually going to see the instruction with that teacher so then they're able to go out and help their kids at home when they need that support. So that's a very small example, but I think it's concrete, and that's one school story.
Okay. Mrs. Evans.
Sure. I really appreciate how you all came to the table today to explain the work and what it looks like. Made it very simple and easy for our families to understand and know what's happening in the classroom, as well as what the professional development looks like that we're providing teachers, administrators, all the specialists. And Dr. Adams, I appreciate you talking about what you just did this morning and the questions you asked. So I think people want to know, like, what is everybody doing at every level to get our students where they need to be? And the work is happening. So real quick, and help me jog my memory, because we may have talked about this, but I don't remember. Are the resource teachers at the high school level in place of math coaches at that level? I know we didn't have the resources to do math coaches at the high school level, but because we're seeing the numbers that we're seeing, what is that? Like, are we solely, like, I know we talked about the administrators getting the training. Like, what are the targeted efforts that we're doing to help our students at the high school level get what they need in math?
So the resource teachers at the high school level, in theory, high schools have 7 periods out of the day. Most teachers teach 5. A resource teacher may only teach 4 classes and have an extra period to attend planning sessions with teachers, to observe teachers, to pull data for ILT meetings or to progress monitor. So I don't know that a resource teacher only having 1 additional period is the same and can provide that same amount of support to planning and instruction that a coach can.
Okay. So are we solely dependent on the math teachers then? Like, they don't have the coaches at that level?
So monthly, we provide professional learning to all the resource teachers and content specialists across the county. The focus of the professional learning this year is about getting students more engaged, particularly with an emphasis with our EMLs, and getting our emergent multilingual learners in order to get them talking about the mathematics. And then we also have a portion of it where our specialists are meeting with resource teachers and content specialists in smaller groups to discuss what is your school improvement plan? What is your change? How have you provided professional learning? How can I support your professional learning? How can we monitor, did that professional learning get implemented and change teacher actions in the classroom, and are we seeing that impact? And so those are the 2 ways that we support at the high school, is really providing professional learning that we know everyone needs, and then how do we ensure that the school improvement plan is being actualized in bite-sized changes with teachers.
Yeah, very good. Very good. This is good. You know, when we did the math coaches and put them in the budget, did not know what that work would look like, but they are being utilized to the fullest extent. So remind me, we have 4 elementary math coaches, and then 6 or 8 for middle school?
We have 8 elementary.
Did I get?
And they service a total of 35 of our 144 elementary schools and programs. And there are 4 middle school coaches.
I reversed it. Okay.
Can I just add, piggybacking on to that, because what's different about the instructional coaches and the work that they're doing very intentionally at targeted grades, where we know we need to learn how to do this work together so that they can go to other grades and help move that. It's a different design, and it was based on the Learning Forward, which is a professional development company. They have the standards, the national standards for professional development. And so our coaches have had very intensive training and support while they're then going out and training.
It sounds like it. Dr. Fine, I heard you talk about how you got it down at 1 grade level, and then now you're moving to the next. So that's what we want to see. That's what we want to hear. You're not starting too big all at once. You're being targeted and focused and intentional. So no, this has been a really great presentation. Thank you for always taking our feedback and turning it back around and then bringing it back to us. We just want our community to know what we know, that people are working hard and we're trying to get this right. Our students only have 1 opportunity, and we're trying to make sure that as they pass through the grades that they get it. So I know it's going a little slower than what we would like, but we just need to see progress, and we're seeing that. So look forward to coming back and hearing more at each grade level. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Nadrowski?
Yeah, I too will thank you all for your being here and the work that you do each and every day with all of our children. To Ms. Evans' point about, when we first started budgeting for math content coaches, I didn't know what that would look like either. And in terms of the budgets coming up, Dr. Taylor, I don't know, as staff, are we monitoring or looking at in any way how schools are improving that have the coaches versus schools that do not have one?
It's difficult to tell with the short timeline, but yeah, there's evidence to suggest that there's a correlation, and it is something we're paying attention to in terms of investments.
Okay, great.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's also under Dr. Addison's program evaluation currently.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's good, because I didn't realize that we paid for it every year. The curriculum is until I saw your memo, but, and then just really quickly, to Ms. Evans, to Brenda's point about help for the parents, our resources online are in multiple languages, correct? Yeah. And do you guys check homework? It might seem like a silly question, but I tried to help my child, now granted it was a couple several years ago, but with math, and I got that's not how they do it now. That's not how they do it now. And I'm like, what difference does it make? It still works. The answer comes out right. But you want to teach it the way the school wants it to be taught, and I have heard great appreciation for that. But then I usually would they don't check the homework anyways, so it doesn't matter if it's wrong. I'm just curious how you feel like you incorporate homework into a learning tool for our students and what the value in that is.
Okay. Yeah, I could speak to Flower Hill. So homework is really used as a tool to practice what has been learning in class. We don't want students to get to the frustrational level at home. So it's really to build what was learned on class. Then they take the homework back, and that's part of a discussion in class. So it may not be checked every answer every day, but it is part of the learning process.
From a broader standpoint, the exit ticket that Mrs. Miller referenced, that's done at the end of the lesson, and the homework activity typically mirror each other. So the exit ticket gives the teacher the daily feedback about what the students understand and don't understand. The homework goes home for practice, hopefully with the homework helper in English or Spanish, so that the parents can see how the instruction occurred. And homework at the elementary level is a school-based decision, so it's utilized in different ways in different buildings.
Thank you. I really appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yes, thank you. And first of all, I do just want to appreciate Dr. Fine for being here. And also another school that's been highlighted by this team is Silver Spring International Middle School, and that's Mr. Belock, because the work that these math content coaches are doing in schools, and I do believe very deeply that the work that the math content coaches are doing with our school-based teams is working. It's just we have far too few. And so but it requires the leader of the school to believe in the approach and to make the approach possible. I was at Silver Spring International Middle School last spring when the math content coach was there working with the grade level math team. And Mr. Belock had to make that possible. He had to make it possible for all of the scheduling to happen, and if classes needed to be covered so a teacher could come and be in that PLC. And those PLCs meet through multiple class periods, so you can't just say, we'll do it during your planning period. It requires the school administrators to buy in and support it. So I really appreciate what you're doing to support this work, because it really is, it takes every level of leadership and instruction to make an approach like this work. So I very much appreciate it. And I also appreciate you, Dr. Adams, for mentioning literacy, because these two things can't be seen in isolation. Our students' literacy achievement directly impacts their achievement in every other content area. So I do appreciate that. I want to just drill back in on what Ms. Evans was saying, and Ms. Mondrowski and Ms. Wolf, about how are we helping our parents help their kids with our math. And I think one of the panelists here mentioned the way we learn math isn't the way math is being taught these days. And it doesn't matter who you are in the system, what your background, what your educational level, what your profession. You're going to have a kid sitting at your kitchen table going, I don't get it. Can you help me? So how are we really and truly proactively helping our parents know how they can support the learning of their students, since our math achievement data is not good. And, it's kind of all hands on deck. And you've identified a lot of strategies here, but a lot of those strategies require parents to be savvy, knowledgeable, have the time and the ability to reach out and try to engage with MCPS staff and resources. But how are we really making it possible? And I don't mean this way it sounds, but for the parents with the least amount of time and the least, background knowledge to still help their student get through their math.
And I know you answered this question already, so maybe we're looking for a different way for us to understand it. Or maybe I think your answer was it's okay to say, my child needs more help in this. I'm not able to help them at home. But I'll let you answer Ms. Harris's question.
I appreciate the question because I'm a grandmother and I'm sitting here thinking, how do I start with my 3-year-old, And it really is back to what we're trying to develop is a mathematical thinking and not just I can do my times tables. Because sometimes for children, times tables don't have meaning. Like it doesn't represent something. And so even things as basic as having conversations about the number of things you're buying, about the dollars that you're using, the information you do know is going to help build mathematical thinking and that whole understanding that then when they get a word problem that they can apply, that they've had that discussion or that conversation. And maybe they're not efficient with using the numbers right away, but they have the concept. And I think we find that a lot in our young people is that they do have knowledge and they do know things about things. It's their approach to looking at a problem to say, how might I solve this? What's the best way? What's the fastest way? And so I would encourage conversations, conversations about numbers in real life, and that's for young ones, as I was thinking about the young ones. My daughter, I say, talk to your brother. But I do think there are other ways to seek help, too, if you're really confused about what it is that the children are learning in their higher and upper level mathematics.
But I just want to encourage us to reflect back on the testimony that we heard today and that we've heard repeatedly through our colleagues at AIM and the Black and Brown Coalition. When we're talking about this, to keep in mind, the folks in our community who have the least agency and how we help them help their students. Because, we keep talking about it's a collective responsibility to help our students achieve, but we have to keep in mind that not everybody has the same confidence, comfort, and ability to reach out and say, I don't know how to help my kid. And so how are we as a system acknowledging that and being really proactive so our parents who are the most confused or the most uncertain or the most uncomfortable don't feel like because we hear it all the time, I don't know how to help my kid. And so, I just want us to be really, really cognizant of making everything that we do very, very, very accessible.
And it's possible that some of us are not going to be able to help our kids. Right. And then we need to communicate that to the teacher. I can't do this. You need to help them master this skill because they're not going to get it at home. That's an honest conversation, and that's okay too.
Yeah, can I just add to what your point? I think some of maybe why we keep asking the same question over and over again is because, or at least for me, it would have been helpful if somebody had said, this is what you should do. If you're at the grocery store, I take my granddaughter to the grocery store all the time, and she's very little, but she likes to pull the things off. And I should be having those conversations with her starting now, but I never really would have thought about it, to be honest. And so I think the question, kind of evolves into more of how are we telling our parents ahead of time? Here's some suggestions. Maybe it's not specifically about here's how you do this or whatever, but it's more just practice every day something, even if it's nothing. But if you don't mention it to the parents, or you wait until the child's struggling and the teacher calls, or you have to wait till the parent-teacher conference, then it's kind of a little bit late. But
Yeah, I hear your point. Counting and cardinality is so fun, and we talk about it every time at kindergarten orientation. There's always a piece of it because students can memorize numbers, but do they know what the numbers mean? And so at Flower Hill, during kindergarten orientations, we show them how to do that with their students while they're shopping, if they're making a recipe, working with money, et cetera, for the youngest learners at any rate.
What did
it's
you
easy
call
to
it?
do.
Counting and what?
Cardinality.
What does that mean?
Knowing what the numbers mean. So for example, I can go to you 1, 2, 3, 4, and I might not know what any of those words mean, versus cardinality knows this is 2. And then that leads me to a conversation, what is this? If I add another paper, what is that? So knowing what the numbers, knowing what the numbers mean behind the words is so important. And it is a discussion that we have with our kindergarten parents every year during kindergarten orientation.
I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you.
I would encourage parents at the secondary level to go ahead and show your child however you are thinking about it and say, show me how far you can go with what you know, and then see if there's connections between what you know of how you did it and what the student knows. A lot of times where we're getting the distance between the students and the parents is hey, I could follow a step. I loved my teacher when she just wrote the steps on the board and I could just follow and follow. And my daughter, you give her steps, she can follow. In math, we're wanting kids to talk about the why and the how. And so parents, if you can talk about the why and the how for your method, I think it would help students. It may not be directly how they're learning it, but eventually the teacher's coming around to different ways to solve problems, and that will be one of them. It's just maybe not that night's homework for which they're doing.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, did you ask done with your second question? Okay. I have a couple questions, and I guess my 2 questions are about algebra, because we have algebra in middle school and we have algebra in high school, and we have to meet the state requirement by high school. Our middle school numbers look good, our high school numbers not so good. That's my first question. And then my second question is, are you seeing enough growth? We've done this curriculum for several years now. I know we had a pandemic. Are you seeing enough growth? And if not, what are the common barriers that you see?
I'll take on the algebra. So when we look at algebra, there's middle school, how students perform in middle school, and then how high school students perform. And I'm not sure it's fair to compare that middle school always to the high school, because what we're looking at when we look at high school students is how did those same students do in the grade 8 MCAP? And so are we progressing and students are mastering more is our proficiency level from the MCAP for 8th grade students improving? Because those are the students who are taking the Algebra 1 MCAP. And so right now, what we're in the process of doing for my team is having direct conversations with schools and saying, how can the specialist, so we have specialists and coaches, how can the specialist target a couple of schools, focus on a couple of schools, and act as coaches to sit there and plan with teachers? Because I think the barrier to part of this is curriculum implementation. And so the curriculum is difficult. A lot of teachers, that's not how they maybe naturally taught or were how they learned as students. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that the curriculum is implemented as it's designed. And so the specialists for secondary math are really pushing in at the high school level to help teachers understand how to teach the curriculum, because it's new, it's different, and it's different from the Algebra 2 curriculum, the pre-cal curriculum for which they have been teaching. And so that's what we're doing to address the Algebra 1 data.
But the kids that are taking it in middle school, they have been on level or advanced. Mm-hmm. And then the kids that are taking it in high school, they have been grade level or below.
Mm-hmm. All of them have been engaging in at least grade level instruction. some of the students who are taking it at the high school level have been struggling with math for multiple years. And so teachers are helping students to access the knowledge that is the current curriculum, and also what do I need in order, what are the skills that the students need to reason and model and problem solve about the current grade level instruction.
Thank you. Second question.
What are the barriers?
Barriers to growth.
We've been doing this curriculum for several years now after the pandemic. I hear great things about it. So are you satisfied with the rate of growth? And when you're not, what are some of the barriers that you are seeing that is preventing us from implementing this to the level that we would like to?
I would say ongoing professional learning, to really have someone, an expert, sitting with you to say, how do you look at this exit ticket at the end of the day and make sense of that? And how does that inform instruction for tomorrow? And so for implementing the curriculum, when we first implemented, I don't know that there were as many teacher resources and supports to understand and unpack how to teach the curriculum. And over the years, more resources from the company have been put out. And through the coaches, we've been able to say, hey, here's a resource that was put out, because professional learning happened 6 years ago. But if a teacher is new or a teacher didn't have that professional learning, they need someone to sit next to them at planning and say, I'm going to pull out the unit at a glance, and we're going to talk about these 5 cool downs, exit tickets, to talk about how we're going to teach these 5 lessons. And so I just don't know that after we came back from the pandemic that we had the ongoing professional learning that teachers needed to make meaning of the additional resources that have been put out there.
Okay.
I think the barrier at elementary is different, if I may. At the elementary level, you have one singular teacher in a classroom who now needs to be a content expert in multiple content areas. As someone who's been certified as an elementary teacher for 30 years, that wasn't how I was trained. So I think the competing priorities in an elementary school with a limited amount of time, that is the one commodity you never have enough of, and the dedicated study of the content that needs to happen. We're here talking about math, but I would argue it's the same for literacy, science, and social studies. They really have to dig into understanding what the content is expecting of the students, and then match it to the best pedagogical, best strategies to use for the students sitting in front of them. Without enough time each week to do that collectively as a team, and then be able to turn it around and get some feedback on how you're delivering it in the classroom, it's going to be slower. You will make growth, but it's going to be slower. We're seeing the growth in the places where the dedicated instructional math coach can help keep the team focused, because the leader, to Ms. Harris's point, the leader of the building has embraced the conditions and expectations we've needed, carved out the time and held it so that the teachers are engaging in their collaborative planning together for a reasonable amount of time, and then they can deliver the instruction and get feedback on it in order to meet those needs and in order to implement the instruction the way they discussed it at the planning table. But it is slower than we would like.
Just want to add, not only us as the teachers doing the math, but the shift in our thinking at Flower Hill with the help of our math coach was really thinking like a student. When we do the math ourselves, we're not doing the math as an adult, we're doing the math as the child, so then we can talk about what misconceptions they may have. And that, I think, was one of the biggest shifts in our thinking that helped move the needle forward, help our students really understand the math, because our teachers were comfortable enough to say, I know how to solve it as a 47-year-old, I don't know how to solve it as a 10-year-old. And then that's how the discussions were had at the table, where you solved it one way, I solved it another way, and he solved it the third way. So now we have 3 different ways that we can help our students achieve the same goal.
Okay. All right. Additional questions? Mrs. Serrano, you haven't gone yet, correct?
Yes, please. So this is kind of a question relating to something that's also on our agenda a little bit later, but I was wondering if it had maybe any impacts. But if we were to, look at cutting the graduation requirement, or the state was to look at cutting the graduation requirement for math down to the standard level rather than one course per year, do you think it would positively impact support that we could give to students, or if that's kind of like an out there question, just like wondering if there's any maybe thought process on that?
We're both slowly coming in. I do think that, to your point, changing in the standards does change everything, right? When we're talking about having to take 4 math courses, kids who were in accelerated math in 10th grade really had to think, okay, what's left for me? I think that was intentional from our universities and our secondary partners to say what skills back mapping do we need. So to answer your question, yes, it would make a difference if the graduation requirements changed. It wasn't that long ago where it wasn't 4 every year. It was 4, but it wasn't 1 every year. So yes, I do believe that would make a difference. Students could potentially take more maths early and then free up time for other courses later on.
Got it. And then one follow-up question. So in reference to the data that we're looking at, do you think it would be able to positively impact, some of our students who aren't meeting proficiency standards to be able to, go back and give them extra support as, different students aren't taking math classes? Or is that, an assumption that maybe can't be made yet?
I think the teachers have the data from the students, these data for the students that they have in front of them now, so they do have access to the individualized student profile and where they may or may not need help. I do think it's a worthwhile exercise as a student to go back and see where I may have been close, where I may have skipped a question. So it is a valuable piece of information to go back and review with students.
Got it. Thank you.
Mrs. Evans.
Yeah, this is quick. So this is good because, I wrote this down and I didn't say anything about it until I heard, I think it was Ms. Burlinger used to say something about it. Imagining the struggle of a child is not easy. So for you all to go through that assignment or that activity, it's just, I can't even imagine. But so it goes back to you saying you have to know the student, right? You have to know the student in order, and in addition, know the math. So I am really enjoying this conversation. This is good. This is good. Thank you. I just wanted to say that.
Ms. Wolf.
My question is a little bit more theoretical, I guess. I'm trying to understand, if I understood correctly, we do something called standards-based grading. Is that correct? Well, then what I'm trying to understand is, do you believe that the grades that are being reported for students in math are standards-based?
The grades at high school aren't standards-based. When I think of standards-based, it's here's a standard, have you mastered it? Or have you not mastered it, and kind of outlining for parents the actual content that a student knows or doesn't know. And currently at the high school, what we have is grades that are comprehensive of how the student is engaging in the classroom.
I guess what I'm really trying to get at is, do you see grade inflation in these math grades?
Yes.
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 Ms. Rivera Oven.
So I guess my question is, what's next? So we are focusing on elementary, right? We're looking at, with the coaches, we're getting good results, very promising results. In middle school, we're seeing promising results with the schools that we're involved in. So my question is, high school, when I look at the algebra, and just math in general, right? Eventually, these 27,000 students in grade 6, who are now in 7th, are going to be in high school. And when I look at all of them, besides the Black and brown students, none of them are close to the 75%. So I guess my question is, are we ready to discuss coaches in high school to support the students that are coming up the pipeline. Because we intend to do great things in elementary school. We see progress, but then it starts diluting by the time it gets to high school. And I don't know who, one of you said it, but a lot of our teachers, right, were taught differently, and we're asking such a paradigm change in the way of teaching, especially in high school, if you think about it. So are we at that point where we need to be realistic and say, okay, let's continue the support, not just in elementary school and middle school, but now let's also continue that support in high school?
So I will answer yes. That's always more people and more help and more focus on understanding and implementing the curriculum is always good. It's hard to afford for a lot of districts, but I would say we also have some things that are going to happen right now. Students have to master Algebra 1 and English 10 in order to be determined college and career ready by the state. So it's an access piece, right? It's really incumbent on us to get our students through that by 10th grade so that they can have access to CTE, dual enrollment, advanced programming. So I think there's a lot of intentionality right now around how do we make sure that our students can meet that standard, and a lot of what I'll say is tutoring that comes around behind. I will predict that behind a literacy policy from the state, we will see a math policy from the state, and the work that's being done to realign the standards is going to impact whatever assessment we have. So I do think that that's part of the context of things are changing in the state in terms of measurements, assessments, and accountability.
From the secondary math team, we've changed how specialists are supporting schools. We have, we've looked at the high schools and said, where are there a majority of students taking Algebra 1, and how often are the specialists getting into the school, sitting in planning, having conversations with the math leader, how our supervisors, Kelly and I, who's here in the audience with me, how are we having conversations with principals to talk about the conditions needed for teachers to have planning and instruction. Today at Watkins Mill, their request wasn't just about the support from our team. They actually were asking for what is the opportunity for professional days to come back. When I first started teaching Algebra 1 like 15 years ago, they had opportunities for teachers to have professional days during the school day, and you would sit and plan. The focus was on algebra, and we sat in the copy room area, and we planned for, the upcoming unit. And so the RT there said, well, can we have those kind of opportunities back? So within our office, we're going to support that by plugging into the classroom for teachers so that teachers can have planning. So at the high school level, they're not only asking for the day-to-day support that a coach could provide, but also how do I provide time for a teacher to do the unit study, to talk about articulate, like what's the coherence of the standards across the board?
I think that's a great idea and great feedback. And my second question would be, not to beat a dead horse, but by high school as a parent, forget it. Helping with math, just, you know what I mean? It's like, it was funny because I was laughing a little because I was looking for a text from a friend of mine, and I think she thinks, because I'm on the Board of Education, I know the math, and she wrote to me this weekend and she said, I am pulling my hair because my daughter's in 8th grade doing 10th grade algebra. And she said, I have no clue, so I just told this poor child she's on her own, and I think that is a sentiment of a lot of parents as well, because we do have kids who are struggling, but we also have kids who are doing math above their grade level, who in a way are also struggling with support because they cannot do it and they have that lack of support at home. So to those parents, what would you say? Because by that time, and that's what I'm interested to know. I know it's great to have more help, but I'm interested to know how can we be strategic in supporting, so we don't have numbers where we have about 5,000 kids who are not college bound, right? So to lift everybody, any ideas?
So we are working to provide high dosage tutoring in a couple of schools, at a couple of high schools as well as a couple of middle schools, in order to support the students before they go home, so that we're not sending students to do their homework or to do extra practice at home where a parent might not be able to support them. And so I think that that's an area, an opportunity of growth for us to really think about what are the resources that we are giving out to parents, what are the tools that we're giving them, like how do you ask questions around math? And on my paper I wrote, like, you know, we have these curriculum advisory meetings or different kinds of meetings. What would it look like to have a parent meeting where we're modeling, as the math experts, the kinds of questions that I would ask? I have a student who's taking pre-calculus at home, and some days I have to, like, I don't know if I can help her some days, but, you know, I have to think about what are the questions that I can ask to pull the thinking out of her. And so maybe it is that opportunity to have maybe some parent nights where we're modeling, this is what it looks like to help your kid in math at different stages along the way.
Yeah, and finding out what opportunities there are for peer tutoring or teachers during the school day. As a parent that's had to find math resources, I know that they are available, but you have to ask for them sometimes and make sure your kid goes. Ms. Yang.
Yes, I think this is a very helpful conversation. We have established that classroom instruction is the most important thing in improving our students' achievement. So increasing teachers' capacity is the key, and you identified the help the math coaches provided and some barriers, planning time, ongoing professional learning. I have, in terms of support for parents, I want to understand a little bit about elementary school Eureka Math. Eureka Math homework is only going home in English, right? Are there Spanish versions or?
It's available in both English and Spanish, as are the daily homework helpers.
Okay.
As notes for parents every day.
Okay, wonderful. That's great. And now also this year, when we were visiting schools, I noticed our middle schools have an advisory period, and I was told that is the period that students can go and seek help from different teachers sometimes. So I think that is a very helpful so that they can go back for some support. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I think this has been an interesting conversation, especially in relationship to the testimony about the early alert. Because I think we think that, okay, they're going to find out and then suddenly they're going to be the math coach at home. No, there's a variety of ways that we can start that conversation. Here's the early alert. This is what your child needs. Let's help find the resources at home or in the school or in the community so that they can improve their levels. Again, thank you for the presentation. We wanted to focus not just on data this year, but what are you doing about the data? What are you doing to change the trajectory of our student achievement? And so thank you for doing that and helping us better understand what you are doing to improve our academic achievement data. I've heard board members talk about newcomers and how they are impacting our high school data, our secondary data. I just read somewhere that we had 2,000 newcomers since July 1st. Imagine they're in 10th grade. Imagine they now have to take algebra. Let me guess, they're not going to score well, probably, if they haven't had, maybe they've had interrupted education or English is still a big barrier. So the board is interested in disaggregated data at the secondary level for literacy and math. And I know we're going to focus on emergent multilingual learners at a future board meeting, but that's a data set that we want to better understand so that we're understanding the secondary problem better by disaggregating that. And I took your recommendation from the literacy presentation about listening to that podcast, what was it called? Sold a Story? Wow. So and then you're telling me about this math approach that none of us know how to do, and our teachers are having a hard time learning. So please tell me that this approach is research-based and tested and not just, what's been sold to you through the companies this year. So is this approach research-based?
Go elementary, middle, and then I'll finish.
So the approach to instruction is research-based. It is grounded in the Maryland College and Career Ready standards, which are grounded in the Common Core standards. We only entertained adopting curricular products that would have demonstrated coherence to those standards, alignment to those standards, and the rigor at every grade level to ensure that the students were going to achieve at that level. It demands, those standards by the state demand, that we are teaching computation, the procedural knowledge, the reasoning, and the modeling around mathematics. So it is the outgrowth of what the standards are expecting for our children.
But just like there's a science of lit reading, there is a science of mathematics also?
So there's a developing science of mathematics that is separate from the way the standards are developed in the state of Maryland. We could bring some more information forward if that would be helpful.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for the presentation. Look forward to hearing additional updates throughout the year. And thank you especially for our school-based staff for making the time. Always appreciate you being here. Thank you. Our next agenda item is agenda item number 8, Mentoring by Example, College and Career Academies, Business Learning Institute Charter School. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. On November 9th, 2023, the board awarded the Mentoring by Example Foundation approval to open and operate the Mentoring by Example College and Career Academies Business Learning Institute Charter School in Montgomery County, contingent upon demonstrating the ability to meet the financial and facility requirements for attaining and renovating a building suitable for use as a public school in Maryland. On June 11th of 2024, Mentoring by Example Foundation presented their plan to address the requirements of the contingent approval to the board. And on July 31st of 2024, per an extension request of and granted by the board, Mentoring by Example Foundation submitted and executed a lease agreement and an updated financial plan for the board's review. On September 6th, 2024, Mentoring by Example Foundation submitted a revised financial plan. And to provide time to review the new plan, the board vote was postponed at my request and removed from the September 12th board agenda and has been added this evening. Today, the board will consider if the charter school has met the financial and facility contingencies in the contingent charter school agreement sufficient to support operating a charter school in Montgomery County beginning on for the 2025-2026 school year. It is my recommendation that the board accept this proposal. And now I ask Dr. Peggy Pugh, Chief Academic Officer, to begin this presentation.
And actually, I'm going to turn it right over to Ms. Shannon Pettyfoot.
Thank you. So on September 6th, when MBLI provided MCPS with the revised budget and charter school expenditure form, there were significant changes to the revenue plan and expenditures. So while MBLI has currently met the conditions of the conditional agreement, there are items for further consideration should the board approve. Those items include the revenue plan being solely per pupil allocation, personnel expenses, the projected enrollment and financial implications, student transportation costs, the lease payments, the construction schedule, and school opening date, especially ensuring that we're on track to open school on time for the 25-26 school year, and then benefit rate costs. Thank you.
Thank you. So today we bring to you a recommendation from the superintendent that the board approve Mentoring by Example College and Career Academies, Inc., or MECA Business Learning Institute, to operate a public charter school in MCPS beginning in the 2025-2026 school year. The discussion today is limited to the contingency in the charter school agreement. The Mentoring by Example Foundation must demonstrate the ability to meet the financial requirements of attaining and renovating a building suitable for use as a public school in Maryland. All other aspects of the contingent charter school, including programmatic, have previously been approved by the board. As Dr. Taylor shared, Mentoring by Example Foundation shared their plans to meet the contingencies with the board on June 11th. Since that meeting, Mentoring by Example Foundation has submitted additional documentation required to meet the finance and facility contingencies that you will vote on today. MCPS staff has reviewed all the submissions, and the superintendent has determined that Mentoring by Example Foundation has met the financial and facility contingencies in the contingent charter school agreement sufficient to operate a charter school beginning in the 2025-2026 school year. And I'll now turn it over to Mrs. Yvonne Alfonso-Winder, Acting Chief Financial Officer, to share more about the financial and facilities plans.
Good afternoon. As it has been said throughout the, by Dr. Taylor, Ms. Pugh, and Ms. Pattifoot, we received documents from the Mentoring by Example Foundation as of July 31st, and then revised documents for the budget and expenditures on September 6th. The documents that they submitted reflect a final proposed budget with pre- and post-operations expenditures, a contingency plan to support operations if projected revenues are lower than anticipated, including a contingency enrollment plan, confirmed financing to fully fund acquisition, construction, or renovation of a building, as well as the operations, and a facility milestone schedule and identification of a property with an executed lease agreement, construction plan, and timeline. To accomplish some of these targets, Mentoring by Example Foundations has entered into a partnership with Civic Builders. Civic Builders is a nonprofit real estate development and financial services organization. They will fund the costs associated with facility acquisition and development for the charter school, which includes an option to purchase the building later on. Acquisition of the identified property located in Germantown is conditioned on approval of this charter by the board. We have discussed concerns with the applicants regarding the enrollment projections and school capacity in the second year in relation to square footage per student based on the Maryland's interagency and school construction guidelines. The Mentoring by Example Foundation will need to monitor the guidelines closely to ensure that there is sufficient space to house the increased enrollment at the school. If the board approved the charter school today, acquisition will move forward, and Mentoring by Example Foundation will provide an executed construction contract to MCPS, which will need to be approved by the Maryland State Superintendent of Schools. Additionally, if the approval is granted, we will continue collaboration with the applicants to ensure adjustments are made as needed to plan expenditures to maintain a balanced budget that meets the needs of the students should enrollment projections are not met. Based on the information received and communication with Mentoring by Example Foundation, it has been determined that they have sufficiently met the financial, facility, and legal requirements of the contingent charter school agreement. I'll turn it over to Ms. Pugh.
I have a lengthy resolution. Would you like me to read the bottom of the resolved, or?
Let me see if there's any questions or comments from board members.
Do you want the comments before the resolution is read?
What is appropriate?
I thought they come before the vote.
Yeah.
It's fine either way. I think, but
Okay, go ahead and read the resolve.
So resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education approves Mentoring by Example College and Career Academies Incorporated Business Learning Institute to operate a public charter school in Montgomery County, Maryland, beginning in the 2025-2026 school year.
All right, comments or questions? Mrs. Vedrowski. Oh, no.
I want to say, I just want to clarify that whatever we do today is all still contingent on the ability to fund the school and the transportation and all of that kind of stuff. That is correct?
So if you move forward with the approval, they can move forward with their process, of course. They'll need to have the funding and the facilities and the program set up in order to be able to operate it starting in August of 2026.
Okay.
This approval would remove contingencies, though.
It's 25,
25, 26 school year.
Sorry, August 2025.
But this approval or this vote would be to remove contingencies. So this would allow the charter to move forward.
Ms. Wolf?
I have looked at the responses to some of the concerns that have been raised by MCPS, and while I am going to approve this, we're going to have some clear and concise things happen before this school opens. So I will be looking to see that these concerns are addressed before any students are actually enrolled. Thank you.
Mr. Savarna?
I just want to echo those sentiments. I think while contingencies have been met, I think there's some more work to be done, and why we'll be voting to approve. I think it is really important that we guarantee that our students are going to be successful in this school, and that there's sufficient communication to our students, to our families, to everyone in the community, to make sure that there is an understanding of what will and will not happen, and sufficient just communication around the process overall.
So, I apologize, I have to step away, but can you restate the 3 things that the charter school application had to meet by in order for the contingency to go away? Can you restate those?
A final proposed budget and pre- and post-operation expenditures, a contingency plan to support operations if projected revenues are lower than anticipating, including a contingency enrollment plan, confirm financing to fully fund acquisition, construction, or renovation of a building, as well as operations, and a facility milestone schedule and identification of a property with an executed lease agreement, construction plan, and timeline.
And can you say how they have met the number 2 item?
A contingency plan to support operations if projected revenues are lower than anticipated. In their final proposed budget plan, they built lines for contingencies, amounts in case some of the charges come in or the expenditures come in higher than they were anticipating.
That was about enrollment, though, wasn't it?
No, at every single, almost every single line on the expenditures, they did include a contingency plan.
Okay. Yeah, so I think likewise, we are interested in seeing the best for our students. And so we want success no matter what school they go to. And we want to make sure that, if for whatever reason they change their mind, they can seamlessly go back to their neighborhood school. If for whatever reason the financials don't work out, we need to know by a certain date so that we can transition them back to school. And again, the success of our students is what we are here and committed to. So, Ms. Rivera Aben.
So I know you're going to be my neighbors in Germantown. So I just want to say that your success is our success. So I know that we wish you the best, and with that, taking always interest in making sure that our students' needs are met. So, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Evans.
Yes. Okay, you all are no strangers to our board, right? It's been a long time coming, and as it was stated, we want you to be successful, right? So we're watching, right? Okay, all right.
Okay. So we have the resolved. We're ready to vote. All in favor? We need a motion.
Don't I have to move it? I think I have to move it, yeah, I was going to say. So I'll just, so moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay. So it is 6:13 right now. The board is going to take a recess for 30 minutes, so we'll be back here at 6:45. Good evening, and we are back. I think I'm supposed to do this. To continue our Board of Education meeting, we are at agenda item number 10, and we will be getting the preliminary plans presentation for Highland View Elementary School addition project. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I'm going to call upon Ms. Shiba Saki from our facilities team, and I also want to point out that this is the first board meeting where we have our Deputy Chief of Facilities Management, Adnan Mamoon, who's joining us for the first time, and our team is going to briefly overview the Highland View Elementary School addition project. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, President Silvestri and the member of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present preliminary plan for the Highland View Elementary School addition project. And we are very excited to be here tonight along with Ms. Alfonso Windsor, Mr. Mamoon, Pardon Matthias, and the principal, Ms. Yim. And this is a very excited project because we have been talking about this project for many years. And so this is certainly a long time coming. And actually this project is complicated, but this is much needed for this community. And with this project, we have an opportunity to create great spaces for teachers and students, as well as fixing some of the facility challenges existed for many years. So, and this is not only the capacity project because we can solve some of the ADA challenges, acoustical issues, and some of the facilities issues impacting students and staff on daily basis. And I know this is a very meaningful project for even to the former and the current board members, and I'm very excited to be part of this community effort. And now I'm turning over to the principal, Ms. Yim, to say a few words about this project and the high school community. But I just want to say and acknowledge that through her leadership, this project turned into from the construction project to more like a community project. So we are very excited to present tonight.
Hit your mic.
First time here in this new building, in this new facility. All right, everyone, thank you so much, members of the board and President Silvestri. It's been amazing to work with this team side by side from the blueprint phases all the way back to even last week, they came out to our back to school night to present to our community. I know for those of you who have been here for a while, it's not the first time you've heard Highland View and about the challenges we have in our building. So we're really excited about the prospect of this new project and about having our whole student body in one place and just to have it to be a safer environment for everybody. So thank you so much for listening. And again, thank you so much to this team for working so collaboratively with us to make it the best space possible for our students.
Good afternoon, board members. It's a pleasure to be here. We have been working on this project for quite a long time, and our firm was involved in the feasibility study that occurred back in 2009, I believe, first looking at options to be able to expand Highland View. So it's exciting to be able to see it progressing and coming together here as we move along. So we will jump right in, and this is just a quick overview of the existing site. There are two main vehicular access points, Providence Avenue at the northwest side of the site, which leads into the bus loop. This school has limited bus transportation. The majority of the students are walkers or car riders. So the bus loop, and there's a limited amount of parking off of Providence Avenue. The main entrance faces the bus loop in the center of the northern elevation. And then Lauer Terrace over to the northeast side is the access for the parking and the student drop-off loop. There is also a cul-de-sac at the back of the site, Saffron Lane, which is at grade level with the play areas that are on top of the hill. So one of the big challenges on this site is the existing grading. The building is kind of built on a small plateau in the center of the site, and then it drops sharply to the west side down to apartment complexes, and then it rises sharply on the east side of the building up to the play areas. One of the challenges that they have with the play areas is that they do not have an accessible route currently to get students from the building up to those play areas. So that's one of the big challenges that we're trying to address with the project. There are a few relocatable classrooms on site, a couple of them up on the northwest corner in front of the gymnasium, and then a few down to the southeast side behind the rear classroom wing. Another kind of unique thing about the building is it's a split level design. So the front portion of the building, the main entrance, you come in at grade level at the front, and then the classroom wing and the gymnasium are actually down half a story. There's another classroom wing that's up half a story, and then the media center is the top level at the front of the building. So connecting to all those different elevations is another challenge that we're working through and trying to make sure we have accessibility and good communication all the way across the site. So the strategy that we've come up with is to put a 3-story addition to the east side of the existing building that will be built into the hillside and will allow for actually at-grade access at the second level, the media center level of the building, and then will allow for a pedestrian bridge connection to be built from the addition over to the fields that are at the top of the hill. We're also looking to provide a pathway across those fields to the hard surface play that will connect out to Saffron Lane. They don't currently have a paved accessible route in that direction either. And then we have some small site improvements that we're planning. We're going to expand the bus loop just slightly to allow for better circulation and better emergency vehicle access, and so that we can stripe a few additional temporary or short-term parking spaces in the middle of the bus loop. We're also looking at an add alternate to provide some parking in front of the gymnasium once those existing portables are removed from the site, because they are very tight on parking capacity as well. And we're looking at making sure we provide accessible ramps from the parking areas to all of the building entrances. This is just a quick overview of the existing building. So the main entrance is oriented at the top. The gray is the circulation. Dark green is the existing admin suite, which is to the northeast corner. We have art and music down there across from the admin suite. The multi-purpose room, kitchen, and platform are kind of at the center of the building, and then the gymnasium is off to the west side. The classroom wing that extends down the page is at the lower level, as I mentioned, so it's a half a story below the main entrance. And so this is the proposed addition at that main entrance level. We're building into the hillside. We're coming off with some support spaces and special spaces. We do have some add alternates included in the scope of work to make improvements to the health suite, to make improvements to the multi-purpose room, to improve acoustics and lighting and efficiency of that space. And then also down in the classroom wing at the lower level to take an existing area that's cut up into some small support spaces and turn that into kindergarten storage and kindergarten restrooms that can serve some of those classrooms to help increase their kindergarten capacity. So this is the upper level of the building, the second level classroom wing, and then the highest level at the top of the page, which is the media center, and some support spaces surrounding that. On that level in our addition, we have some support spaces, some office spaces, 4 typical grade 1 through 5 classrooms and restrooms, and then we have an add alternate to open up the media center to create a maker space and improve their circulation and also their teaching areas. Then this is the 3rd floor of the addition, and this would include the 4 classrooms, restrooms for staff and students, and then the bridge across to the fields. We have some blow-ups of the plans where I can go a little more detail as well. So on the left side here, this is the lowest level plan. So that includes 2 instructional support spaces, an OT-PT space, PTA storage, a support office, accessible restroom, and then instrumental music and music storage. And this is just adjacent to the admin area and the existing art classroom. So it kind of clusters those special spaces together. The second level that's adjacent to the media center We'll have a training conference area, staff development, reading specialist, counselor's office, another support office, a second level workroom, a privacy room, 4 classrooms, and then some inclusive restrooms for students. And then the upper level, the 3rd level, has the 4 classrooms, restrooms for staff and students, and the bridge to the fields. So this is an existing massing view of the front of the building showing the main entrance. This is kind of looking sort of from the bus loop side. You can see the hilltop play areas on the left and then the lower hill down to the apartment complex on the right. So the addition will look something like this, kind of built into the hillside. There's the ramp to provide accessibility up to the media level, and then up the hill at the top, you can see the pedestrian bridge that will connect to the fields with a retaining wall there so that we can make sure we have maintenance access around that edge of the addition. There's a view from the hilltop fields towards the addition, and then from the back of the site. We're looking at complementing the existing building materials as much as possible. This is looking from the opposite side. We do have an animation as well. There we go. Okay, so this is coming along the bus loop towards the main entrance to the building. That's the existing front entry. And now we're working our way over to the addition here on the eastern side. You can see the transition in the height to the 3-story addition. Accessible pathway there. And then the pedestrian bridge to the fields at the top of the hill from the upper level of the addition.
Like there should be music playing.
Maybe next time we will add that. That would be nice. Sure.
So the accessibility ramp that you had there, zigzagging, right? That is to go to the second floor.
Yes, the second floor of the addition.
Where the media center is,
Correct.
right? The only question I have is, you know, we have wonderful weather in this area. Like, how challenging is going to be in the winter? I don't know if you have thought of maybe putting a canopy. So just a thought if you're going to be using that for accessibility purposes.
To cover that area.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's a long, that's a very long way to go. So I'm just, and the other question I had for you is I have been to Highland and parking is really bad already. And you taking away, right? You're going to be taking away some parking spaces to make that turn. No, you're not, to make it wider?
No.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if anything, you should add more spaces.
Correct, right. So in the base bid condition, unfortunately, we are not adding any spaces per se. We're keeping the same number of spaces that they currently have. We are going to add some striping within the bus loop when we make that small expansion of the bus loop. That will give us room for people to circulate around the outside and have a little bit of striping in the center of the bus loop where they could have, you know, short-term visitor parking for parents maybe that are coming to pick up, drop off in the middle of the day where they won't impact the bus circulation. We do have the add alternate in front of the gymnasium that would allow us to add additional parking capacity as long as the budget will allow for that. We do
Why don't
realize
you
that parking
finish
is-
your slide deck, and then we'll continue with questions. Was that it?
That was the end.
Okay.
That's the end of it.
Mr. Verhoeven, did you have other?
No. Just those two things.
But that ramp is an external ramp. You can use elevators inside the building,
Correct,
right? No one
yes.
has to go out there.
Oh, okay, so there is.
Yeah.
Correct, yes. So the ramp is really primarily to provide an accessible means of egress from the addition to make sure that there's a safe pathway for someone that needed to, for emergency access. But it will also provide people the opportunity to come from the parking lot area up to that level if for some reason they wanted or needed to access the building in that direction. Correct. But there will be a new 3-story elevator in the addition that will take you all the way up to the top level and then to go across the pedestrian bridge. So students that need access will take that route, the elevator up to the bridge, or parents. Yeah, correct.
Ms. Yang?
Yeah, so one of the two things, number one is it's majority walker school. So if we can put out the plan, I'm trying to understand where the students come in and if this is a safe walkway for them to go into the drop off. Is it sharing the student drop off loop, the walkers?
Not entirely. Can we put the site plan back up? I don't know if it has control of the screens. Can we put the site plan back up on the screen for a minute? So actually, about 50% of your walkers, correct, Hannah, come from the back of the site. So about 50% of their walkers actually come from the west side of the site, where the apartment complexes are. So if you see where it says potential future relocatable classrooms, the walkers are actually coming from that direction, and there's a set of stairs that leads up the hill there. So they come up in that direction, and they come around the gym, and then around the sidewalk, I guess, to the main entrance, right? Along the front of the building. So they don't cross
along
any
the
of the
bus
traffic.
loop. That's how they come up the stairs and go along the bus loop sidewalk
Yes, along
into
the
the
sidewalk,
building.
correct, on the
Okay.
south side of the bus loop into the main entrance.
Okay.
Now, I guess students that walk from this direction, do they come around the parking?
They do,
There's a
but
sidewalk
the
that
addition
connects.
would not impact their route into the
Right,
building.
but so currently, some go from the back, some come from the front, right? Is that where the student drop-off loop is? Is that where they walk?
The student drop-off loop is actually, it's where the staff parking lot is.
Okay. So your students all come from the side of the building, the west side of the building for walkers?
A lot of them. The addition actually doesn't impact any of the routes that our students are coming from.
Okay. Whether it impact or not, I often feel that's a safety concern for a lot of our schools, student walking, buses, cars. So I always want to make sure if we have opportunities, improve those traffic flows whenever is possible. Second question, it has a very big flat roof for your new addition. I know we talk about sustainability all the time. Does staff know whether Highland View is on our list for solar or solar energy? I think I read it somewhere. Is it true or? It's solar ready, but it might not be on the list yet.
We can look into it, but we don't think so. We can
Okay.
get back to you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Harris?
Yes, hi. And I'm just following up quickly, Ms. Yang's question about solar. When I read the packet, it seemed to indicate that solar was planned in the initial phase. Is that not true?
I think solar ready is the decision that's been made. One of the challenges that we have been having with some of the smaller addition projects is that they are not attractive to the providers because the footprint is smaller. So I think that's something that we need to continue to work on moving forward, is making sure we can have a large enough area, and how do we integrate that and make it a viable option for that to work.
Well, I'm happy to see this. This Highland View was my elementary school. We were there for 6 years, from 2008 to 2014, and I'll be honest, I sat through almost this exact presentation in the media center at Highland View in 2009. So I'm glad that we are finally able to move this project forward. And it is a highly challenging site. I just want to acknowledge, having lived this site for a very long time, I don't think the presentation even fully does justice to the challenges, because really that school sits in a bowl, and with all this elevation around it, and it does create a lot of access challenges. And I really appreciate the way this design is adapting to those challenges, although it does take away one of the sledding hills that the neighborhood but a question I have is, looking at the design, and I know this is maybe getting a step forward, but is the extent of the work, will this be a project that is envisioned to occur while the school is occupied, or is this going to be something where we need to look at a holding school?
We are actually looking into the holding school option because the site is so tight that it will be impacting school operations.
Yeah, I was just wondering because it is so tight that, I mean, Ms. Yang was talking about the ingress and where the students walk from, and they come in through the main parking lot off of Lauer, they come in the side road from Providence, and then up in the back, the students that live back off Manchester come up a flight of steps that goes up past the lower grade playground, and then up another flight of steps to the main level of the school. So it is incredibly tight. And even if in a bigger site, you might be able to accomplish this work without a holding school by working in the summer, and then isolating the area of impact. There's it just is so complicated there. But I'm happy to see that again. This project is finally moving forward. And do we have an idea for when the project, and I'm happy to see you there, Ms. Yim, when the project would start?
So we anticipate to start the construction the winter of 2026, and then it will be 18 months construction. So they will be moving to the holding center during the winter break of 25-26 school year, and then they will stay at 18 months and come back during the summer.
Okay, my only question is what capacity does this take us to?
528 is the program capacity once the addition is completed.
Okay.
Question.
Ms. Wolf?
We had talked one time about this 18-month idea and that it really takes 2 years. Is that when you were building a whole new school and this is only an addition? Is that what?
Yes, usually we were trying to do addition in 12 months, but with recent like supply chain issues, labor issues, we just want to make sure that building will be ready for school.
Okay, just wanted to be sure what the timeline was. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. We look forward to breaking ground and someday visiting the new addition. So thank you so much for being here tonight. Our next agenda item is...
Ms. Silvestri?
Don't I need to move it?
Sorry, I think we need to formally approve, so we just need a motion.
Resolution and, do you want me to read the resolved?
Yes, please.
Okay, so therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the preliminary plans report comprising the proposed schematic design documents for the Highland View Elementary School addition project developed by Profit and Associates Architects, PC. That's my movement, yeah, second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Our next agenda item is item number 11. We are going to approve the fiscal year 2025 program evaluation plan. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I am delighted to offer a recommendation to approve this year's fiscal year program evaluation agenda. As you'll see in this brief presentation, that these priorities definitely align with my philosophical approach of understanding return on investment, good fiscal management, and accountability and transparency, which Dr. Addison and Ms. Sharon will describe. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Addison, our Director of Shared Accountability, and our Chief of Strategic Initiatives, Ms. Stephanie Sharon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taylor. If we can go to the next slide. So when we think about program evaluation, the main purpose of program evaluation is to be able to make evidence-informed decisions as a district. In today's presentation today, we are going to be communicating what the program evaluation framework is that is used to make these decisions. We're going to delineate the program evaluation process used to understand which teaching and learning activities are driving our results. And lastly, we are going to share a list of program evaluation projects for the 2024-2025 school year for you to approve. And again, the superintendent recommends that this go to the Board of Education to actually approve our program evaluation work plan. Next slide. So while we know program evaluation hits on all of the board priorities, when you see the FY25 program evaluation work plan, two priorities that are the most prominent are board priority 1 and board priority 4. And you will see that as we think about how we implement program evaluation, there are, in those bullets that you see on the right, 5 critical things that when we implement program evaluation, we accomplish. It ensures effective use of our resources. It improves our decision-making. It supports transparency to our community and facilitates strategic planning. And lastly, it really builds and promotes a culture of continuous improvement. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Addison to get in more details about the plan.
Good evening. Next slide, please. All right, so as Dr. Taylor and Mrs. Sharon shared, we use program evaluation as one of the methods to actualize your board priorities and to ensure that we are accountable for where we are investing and that it is supporting our goal in improving teaching and learning. So on this slide, we are bringing back for you and the community the definition of program evaluation and the ways that we approach it in the district. Program evaluation supports our ability to ensure that educational programs and initiatives are effective and meeting intended outcomes. It provides us with data-driven insights to guide decision-making and continuous improvement. And so with our program evaluations in the district, we look at process or implementation evaluations and outcome evaluations. With process or implementation evaluations, we are intentional to engage in classroom observations to ensure a program or initiative is being implemented as intended. You typically hear us state something is being implemented with fidelity. You heard that with our mathematics team. Well, what do we mean by implemented with fidelity? Implementing with fidelity means that we are carrying out a program or intervention exactly as it was designed without significant deviations. This ensures that we are assessing the actual program, not a modified version of it, and evaluating implementation fidelity helps us to determine whether any issues with the outcomes are due to flaws in the program itself or how it was delivered. If a program isn't followed as designed, it's difficult to know if it's the intended impact would have occurred. So, for example, imagine a new literacy initiative for grade 3 students that includes specific reading exercises to be conducted 3 times a week for 30 minutes. If teachers only do these exercises once a week, or if they modify the content, we can't say the program is being implemented with fidelity. So therefore, any outcomes, positive or negative, may not reflect the true potential of the literacy program. And so you've heard me share in past meetings that we have a small team and shared accountability, particularly our evaluation specialists, who have the training and expertise to engage in program evaluation studies. So to support with classroom evaluations last year, as part of evaluation studies, we were fortunate to have temporary part-time funds in our budget to hire recently retired teachers to support the evaluation specialists. And so we hired about 10 retired teachers to support us with projects last year and they conducted the classroom evaluations. They helped us. And I'm sharing that just for some context on the demand and the number of individuals it takes to kind of support some of these program evaluation studies. Next slide, please. So here we are bringing back our evaluation framework, which is what you will see at the end of our program evaluation reports as a recommendation based on the results and findings of a program evaluation study. The stoplight, we believe, is easy to understand. The red means stop or discontinue. Yellow is slowing down or maintaining for 1 additional year, and green is to proceed or continue implementation. With this evaluation framework, it is the conversation and data-driven decision-making afterwards that needs to occur related to the evaluation framework stoplight recommended from the specialist. Next slide, please. So this slide details our process as it relates to conducting a program evaluation. I'm not going to speak to each step in the process, but provide some key highlights. In our district, request for a program evaluation can be initiated from one of the three ways. We have a form that can be completed by program staff. A request from leadership can occur, or you as members of the board can share that you would like us to engage in a program evaluation study. With these, they are often informed by engagement with others and stakeholders. Each project is assigned to a specialist, and a program evaluation plan is developed. And once finalized, staff begin data collection. Data collection typically takes some time, and once completed, will then be analyzed and the report drafted. We have a rigorous review process for draft reports that I'm sure my team would say, I see it a bit too many times. But we engage in peer review, then the supervisor of that team reviews it, and then it comes to me, and I send it back and forth a few times because we really want to ensure that it's clear and it provides the clarity and it aligns with what we were examining before it goes to the superintendent and you all as the board and then the public. And so our team also, once it goes to me and then through our chief, it then goes to the program manager. So the individual who requested the project or the individual who was in charge of the project receives that draft report and they respond to the recommendations in the report. And so we began that last year, and in each of our reports, you will have an additional document that is posted on our website, which are the response to the recommendations in the report that has a timeline for implementation by the program staff. And then once all of that is completed, it goes to the superintendent and you all as the board. You see both the report and the response to the recommendations, and we post that publicly on our website for the community. Next slide, please. And so now it's on to what you have been waiting for, our recommended list of projects for your action as a board. These were identified through one of the three processes I mentioned on the previous slide. We have a total of 12 proposed projects for this 2024-25 school year. Included in this is, in the memo that was attached to this presentation, is a brief description of each of these projects. And the request included topics such as the implementation evaluation of the new elementary literacy curriculum, high school graduation requirements, which you all talked about a bit about earlier, and also one-way immersion. Next slide, please. Now, this slide is new. It includes requests we received this year, but were requested to be examined across 2 years, giving staff capacity and with our intentionality to be responsive to the request. We want to present these as preliminary for next year's completion. And so our current thinking is to have these topics for completion for the 25-26 school year, and we will continue to engage in our process where individuals can request. But since we received these this year, we wanted to include them and share for your information. Next slide, please. And now I'll turn it back to Mrs. Sharon.
So before we take board action, I just want to remind us that our program evaluation, the purpose is to engage in evidence-informed decision-making. We're going to turn it over to the board for questions.
Okay. Thank you. And I had forgotten that you post them on your website, so I think that's important. Easy place for us to find them. I know the board is very interested in your work, and we reference the program evaluations often. So thank you for the presentation and your ongoing hard work with this very important effort. Mrs. Evans.
Yes, so appreciate that we're going to do 12
Me too.
evaluations. How many did we do the last time? Well, it wasn't 12, right?
I believe we had about 10.
We had 10
last year.
So we had 10 last time. We had 10 temporary part-time workers. Do we need additional staff to be able to do this? I know other work has to be done.
We definitely need additional staff. What I will clarify is while we were fortunate to have retired teachers support us, they did not support 10 different projects, right? So for our evaluation of elementary math that was conducted, the elementary math curriculum, we had between 4 and 5 retired teachers help engage in classroom observation, because we end up conducting close to 100 classroom observations, and you need a lot of individuals. And as you think about the instructional block and the time that people need to engage and observe what's happening in the classroom, you need time. And so one specialist cannot do that alone. And so the opportunity to, again, have that additional support is appreciated.
Okay. Just want to make sure we have the support to do all this.
Yes.
Good work. Okay. All right. Do we have that already lined up, or we'll do that? Okay. So we're going to get this done in a year?
So, yes.
Yes.
One of the goals that I have had as the director of the office is to improve our return of the completed reports to you all as a board and the community to inform decision-making, especially around budget time. We know that's important. We know the timing of the release of the reports make a difference in terms of your conversations and as it relates to what to invest in. And so as you look at the list, some things that you will see is there are some things that say winter, right? So an opportunity to provide you with information earlier. It might not be the finalized aspect, but what are we seeing to date that we can provide you with some information as it relates to what's happening with the program or initiative to inform your conversations going into this next fiscal year budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Because I did see summer and winter, but then I lost it. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Yang.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have a question. One of it is draft evaluation plan. You work with the program manager?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things I'm very interested in seeing, for example, we have innovative schools on the list. We also have, in the following year, we have like K-8 one-way immersion there. And in the following year, we have some, so some of our programs, one of the things I'm always interested in knowing is, if we offer this, does it really increase our students' achievement? So the one way for me to see that is comparable schools. So I'm wondering whether that is in your planning for us to make better decisions.
Yes, for many of our program evaluation studies, you have a number of reports coming to you soon. You will notice that there is a comparison set of schools or comparison students. In some instances, the specialists will match to the type of students in the school based on the performance to say whether there was an impact on the academic outcomes of students based on the program or initiative. We know that is the best way, the most rigorous way. And we know we often get that question in terms of how do we know it's working if we aren't looking at it in comparison to another group.
Right. Then my next question is, can you remind me where are we with two-way immersion? I think like a year or 2 years ago we mentioned it. So I'm just wondering, where is it now?
So a few years ago, I don't remember the exact year, we did an evaluation of two-way immersion. And then the Center for Applied Linguistics came in and did their study of Hispanic Latino students and English learners. And from that, last year on our program evaluation agenda, we had two-way immersion as one of our projects. And so that one is currently being wrapped up by the specialists working on it and should be to you soon.
Okay, so that's coming our way. Okay, last question, promise. Given how many programs we have, when we put them on a rotation cycle, in your prediction, I know it's hard because we add or subtract program, how often will a program be evaluation? Like how many years do we put something on rotation?
So I'm going to answer, and then I'm going to modify it a little bit. Ideally, you would want a program or initiative on a 3 to 5 year cycle of being evaluated. Because when we talk about, and you've heard us say frequently from the table, from here, that you need at least 3 years to see whether it's having an impact. And that 3-year marker is really good to determine, is it doing what it's intended to do, or should we be thinking differently? The modification is, once you have the findings, right, that tough decision of what to do next happens, right? So if there's a recommendation using our framework based on the findings to discontinue, so that's why the timing of our release of our reports is intentional. Because if we give it to you at the end of the school year, well, that's not sufficient time for you to make a decision. But if it's provided early enough, then you have the opportunity to communicate, engage with the community, and prepare them for what may be coming.
Thank you.
I just have a clarifying question. On page 5 of the, with the stoplights, for continued implementation, it reads pilot programs and initiatives. You're not just doing pilot stuff though, right?
No, we're not.
Clearly, okay.
I was looking at the plan for this past year, and you had math coaches.
Yes.
And then in your future 26, you have math coaches.
Yes.
Is one process, one outcome? So can you describe the difference?
Sure. So usually you want to, as part of the process evaluation, hop in early to see what's going on, where are the opportunities for us to make adjustments early on. When we think about implementation of, and I'm going to switch it from the math coaches, but implementation of curriculum, and if things, kind of like what I said earlier in terms of fidelity, if it's not happening as intended, that feedback needs to happen sooner rather than later, so that then we can write the path and get it implemented as intended, so that when we are looking at outcomes of students, we can have more confidence that it is actually what was intended to be implemented.
You had structured literacy last year, for example, for both process and outcome.
Yes.
Okay. And my final question is for Dr. Taylor. I know how the board has been using program evaluation, but what's your vision for how you will use it in the future?
Absolutely critical, and this is where we can really lift up Dr. Addison's work and her team's work, because this should be one of the critical metrics that informs our investment approach with the budget. And there are things that candidly we might engage in that are not working as well as what we project, and we probably need to do a better job of projecting what some of our goals should be, and then testing against how well they're working. And when that doesn't happen the way that it's designed, we might need to look at divesting in that approach and investing in a different approach. And this should also inform our investment strategy, not just our divestment strategy, but in math coaches is a great example, because it's kind of been the theme of the night, mathematics, is we've got a strategy showing some promise. There's definitely some hard looking to do in terms of process to make sure that it's implemented with fidelity. In the areas where it's implemented with fidelity, is it generating the return on investment that we're looking for? If it is, fantastic. We've got something that we should double down on, and we should invest in to the point where it makes sense on a larger scale. So how I would intend to use this work, and how I would encourage the board to look at this work, is a critical piece of information that informs our strategy. One of the things that the board has asked in our presentations, particularly in the academic space, is we know what the data is. How are we implementing change across the district and how are we seeing improvements across the district with fidelity? This is how we check to do that.
Thank you. Okay, so we need a motion and a second. Is there a resolution? Can you read me the resolve, please?
Okay, and not the whereas, just the resolved? Okay, so resolve that the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education approve the program evaluation work plan for the 2024-2025 school year.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Thank you so much. Okay, we are now moving on to our next agenda item, which we moved from earlier. That is the adoption of our legislative platform.
Good job with this, by the way.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm glad to see the number of presenters dwindling as the day went on because here I am by myself. My name is Patty Ersprung. I'm the board's legislative coordinator. I'm here to present the board's legislative platform for the 2025 legislative session of the Maryland General Assembly. At the end, just to put it out there, I am going to ask you to adopt your platform. So this is an action item. Let's not forget that. Next slide, please. So we start with a quote from the education article. This is the education law in Maryland, and this directs the board to promote the interests of the schools under their jurisdiction. And this serves as the foundation for the work that we are going to be doing this year. Next slide. The board's platform has broken into two areas, priority issues and ongoing concerns. And the entire platform as a whole is guided by a focus on the importance of access to education so that all students can achieve success in a safe learning environment. Next slide, please. So here we have our ongoing interests. See, these are things that come back year after year. They are kind of bedrocks of education. So the first one we see is local autonomy, which is our preference for local control. Basically, we're just saying that we're in the best position to know what will work in our schools, and we understand that what works for us won't necessarily work for others. So we don't want a one-size-fits-all approach to education in this state. Next, we look at adequate school funding. We obviously know that we need funds to make the schools run, but this is also where we would oppose unfunded mandates. Our budgets are tight. The money is already allocated, so any legislation, even if it's well-intended, that has a cost and no money associated with it is really hard to absorb. So we generally tend to oppose unfunded mandates. Third, we're looking at the blueprint. We have an amazing team that is doing a great job implementing the blueprint. We are leading the state in this regard, but we also know that some of what's in that law, deadlines in particular, are just unrealistic. So we're going to be looking to match what the law says to what we're seeing in schools on the ground. And then next, we're looking at to recruit and retain high-quality teachers and staff. And that's important so that students are prepared for their next step when they graduate. Maybe it's college, maybe it's a career, maybe it's the military, but our teachers and our staff are really making that happen. And then we have a focus on providing that education in a safe and secure environment for our students and employees. Next slide, please. So now we're going to look at our first priority issue, and this is the graduation credit review. The last time that the graduation requirements were reviewed was before the pandemic and before the blueprint. These were significant events that changed education, and our students are telling us that the required courses are irrelevant and too burdensome. Next slide. So as a result, we intend to request that MSDE revisit the graduation requirements to make sure that they're relevant in today's education environment. Next slide, please. Now we go to safety upgrades. This is a top priority for the board. We want to make sure that our students and our staff are learning and working in a safe environment. Currently, there are 2 grants in Maryland that allow for safety improvements in school. One is for physical upgrades, and one is for education and training primarily. These are both very important avenues, but some school systems might have a greater need for one over the other. In our case, we know that we have some schools that could use facilities upgrades to improve safety. Next slide. So we intend to advocate for both funds to be available to be used for facilities upgrades to improve safety features in schools, and this would just give a little more flexibility to school systems to have more money available for those safety upgrades. Next slide, please. Next, we're going to look at blueprint required funding for dual enrollment in AP and IB exams. The blueprint requires that schools pay for these items. Last year, the General Assembly authorized the State Board to apply limits to dual enrollment, and this was to curtail costs, and the state board took the opportunity to do that. There's no similar limitation currently on the costs for AP and IB exams. Last year, MCPS spent $5.2 million on dual enrollment and $4.4 million on AP and IB exams. Those are large numbers. So while we understand the importance of making these programs available to all students, we also know that all families may not require the same amount of assistance or any assistance at all to make these programs accessible. Next slide. As a result, the board is interested in exploring ways to curtail costs while ensuring that access remains available to all students. Doing so would allow MCPS to allocate resources effectively and judiciously. Next slide, please. Now we have the GED exam accessibility. This was an issue that came to the board's attention recently at a board meeting. We know that passing the GED exam is a valuable option for students who are unable to follow a traditional path to graduation. The GED exam is challenging, and it's made more so in Maryland because there's a requirement that the reasoning through language arts section be taken in English. Maryland is the only state that has this requirement. This creates a substantial barrier, especially for our CREA, our Career Readiness Education Academy students, who are all emergent multilingual learners. Next slide, please. To eliminate this barrier, the board seeks to advocate for removing the language requirement. And again, this is one that is unique only to Maryland. No other state offers the reasoning through language arts section only in English. Removing the barrier will benefit not only our students, but individuals throughout the state who are pursuing a GED exam pathway. Next slide, please. Finally, we have statewide virtual learning. Many school systems, MCPS included, were recently forced to eliminate virtual learning options due to budgetary constraints. The elimination of our Montgomery Virtual Academy, the MVA, was not an indictment on the program, but rather a budgetary reality. Next slide, please. As a result, and in recognition of the benefit of a virtual option, the benefit a virtual option provides for many students, the board plans to advocate that MSDE develop a statewide option so that all public school students can access this valuable learning opportunity. Next slide, please. So that was just a quick overview of the platform, and this is just the beginning. Next week, the board will host a legislative summit, and that's the board's opportunity to present our platform and our priority issues to our Montgomery County delegation, and it will help us to continue our partnership in achieving positive results for MCPS during the upcoming legislative session. The session then starts in January, but from now until then, we'll be working with not only our elected officials, but our unions, our community partners, student groups, to identify areas where our priorities align and overlap. And then we can engage in joint advocacy, which can be so, so powerful. During public comment today, you heard from students from the Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association. They shared their policy planks. I had the opportunity to speak with some of these students a couple weeks ago. And we can already see that we have overlapping interests regarding school safety and the graduation requirements. And we know that our interests will align with some of our other partners. I have meetings scheduled with some of our union representatives. So we look forward to connecting with them and joining in advocacy around the issues that where we align. Next slide, please. So as the session progresses, we'll provide updates at board meetings, as well as through our online avenues. We invite the public to stay up to date on what's happening in Annapolis through these various means. So this presentation just provided a brief overview of the main elements of the board's platform. The platform itself is a printed booklet. The contents of the booklet were made available to you on board docs. And that the platform itself is what we are looking to adopt today. Like I said, the contents were available on board docs. We're working on getting a very lovely printed booklet version, and that will be available starting on Monday. So at this time, I will pass it back to the board for any questions or comments you might have before you take action on this item tonight. Ms. Wolf.
Great job. I just have one question. And you may have said this and I didn't hear it when you were talking about your partners. there's strength in numbers. Have you been working with the other sort of local school boards in Maryland around some of these issues that I know that they also have concerns about, such as the blueprint requirements? I'm sure that many would like to look at the graduation credit requirements. The GED in English would be one, and virtual learning. I didn't hear you say that you had been consulting with any of them.
Yeah, so we do have a group of my counterparts in other school systems, and we definitely, as the session gets closer, coordinate and work together throughout the session. But even in the time frame now, we will be in contact to see where we can where we align and where we can advocate together for similar items.
So I noticed that on your dates, and I'm sure it's hard to figure out, but I guess I would be looking for some dates that we would be going down and providing testimony.
Yeah, and so that is definitely the plan that will occur. Unfortunately, we don't know when that happens until the bills are presented and then the hearings are scheduled. So that is something that happens as the session is moving, and it's sometimes quick. Sometimes you have weeks to prepare, sometimes you have days to prepare. But certainly once the session starts, and particularly on the priority issues, we would plan to be providing testimony down in Annapolis.
The only reason I ask is because the legislative summit is Monday. And for me personally, if I was a legislator, it would be helpful to know how many of the other school boards would be willing to join in with us on some of these issues.
Ms. Harris?
Yes, first, Mr. Sprung, I just really want to thank you for this product, this work. A year ago, we were going through this process, maybe a little bit later in the year, and you were very, very new to us. And as you walked us through it, you said, you know, I'm new. I'm kind of following the framework that's existed. I see a lot of things I'd like to do differently. I'm going to do that next year. And you definitely fulfilled that promise. Because when I look at these, I see priorities that actually reflect the work that these 8 people on the board have been doing and talking about and prioritizing, and in very direct ways. And so I really, really appreciate that. And to Ms. Wolf's point about calendar, I would also add in there, in November every year, our delegation has both local bill and priority hearings in Rockville. And I think we need to plan to be there, not just as observers, but we need to be speaking to these priorities during those opportunities.
Mr. Savarna?
I just want to say I think this is some fabulous work. I think the topics listed here, the priorities listed here, really do reflect, a lot of the work that we've been doing as a board. And then, also hearing from MCR and their testimony today, a lot of, very similar work coming out of them as well, some priorities from them. So I'm really looking forward to maybe some communication that can be done there and some cooperation in terms of, looking to get some of this stuff passed at the table.
Ms. Armstrong, I'm assuming that we have our legislative summit on Monday, but I'm assuming you send this out to everyone that wasn't able to make it as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Monday we will present the board's platform to our elected officials, our partners. But yes, anyone who is not able to attend, they'll get the packet that we provide on that day, so that everyone's aware of what our interests are and the direction we'd like to go this year.
Yeah, I know the county executive and council members have said, it'd be good to know what our legislative platform is, so that we're at least coordinating a little bit in terms of what is advocated for by different branches of government.
Yeah, and many of the county council members will actually be there on Monday.
County executive?
Unable to attend, but was invited, and some of his staff will be there.
Okay. I wanted to bring up an issue that I think maybe we could study for next year. And that is what we've heard recently in some presentations, that our teacher education programs are not only one in the state of Maryland is covering emergent multilingual learners, requiring teachers or student teachers to get some training on how to teach emergent multilingual learners and special education students one program and not the others that are producing great numbers of teachers. And so I'd like for us to look into that to see if there's a state advocacy component that we could bring to the forefront, because it's critically important for our workforce. Okay.
And just, if I could just, I do appreciate the feedback on the platform and the presentation, but I just wanted to put out there that it was definitely a team effort. There was a lot of help from various people in the office to make this look like it looks. So I can't take full credit. There was a lot of work by a lot of people to make this happen.
Very good.
And to Ms. Harris's point, we do have a calendar that we're putting together that has some of those major dates, including the priority hearings and all that stuff. So we'll make sure that we are represented at all those events.
Great, thank you. So do we need, let's see, my paper says here, we just need a motion and a second.
I move the legislative platform.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, so we are now moving on to agenda item number 13. Can I get a motion to move 13, 1, and 2 in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Agenda item 13.3 is the approval of our committee work plans. I encourage our viewing public to please check out the plans for each committee. They're very substantive agenda topics for the year. So could I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Board members, do you have any new business items that you'd like to bring forward? Seeing none. Item 14 is for informational purposes only. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I move adjournment.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. We are adjourned.